Yo, what up? What up, everybody? This is your boy MC, and welcome back to One Africa Forum. And this is Swahili Nation. So, welcome, guys. Welcome. If you're new to this family, you'll know what to do. Please subscribe, turn on the notification button, and follow your boy on social media. All right, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have all those social media. So go and stay connected with us, Mika Chavala, Swahili Nation. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. How are you guys doing today? And this is the page, as you can see here. Uh, we're still having people subscribing right now. We want to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of before the beginning of 2020. We want to hit 200,000 subscribers. So please help us to reach that vision. And I always tell you that, guys, that that will be the best gift for my birthday. That's going to be on January. So let's go ahead and subscribe, and it's going to be amazing. Okay. Until the end of this day today, after I finish this live stream, let's try to hit 172, right? Let's try to hit 172. I know it's possible because a lot of you guys are down there, and please go invite your friends, invite everybody, tell them, hey, come. We're about to have an amazing discussion. And I'm going to tell you this. Today, it's going to be a very beautiful day because of what we're going to be talking about. Okay? What we're going to be talking about. Today, I'm going to have a guest here, and, he's going to be sharing about good stuff. All right? Really good stuff. So you don't want to miss that. Tell everybody, invite your friend, copy this link, share with somebody, like, share, and do all those kind of things. And it's going to be amazing. Yeah, so let me shout out to people who are joining right now. Appreciate there are people that were here even before I came in. So appreciate for Galaxy J3. Appreciate for everybody here. Ami, Zainab, Maurice, Zainab. I cannot really mention everybody here, but your man, my brother Ezra is right here. Professor Ezra, welcome back, brother. As I said, today we're going to have an amazing person right here that will come to share something very special. All right, I'm not gonna want to interrupt him, but he's gonna be here to share for quite amount of time about things that we need to know. Knowledge is power, guys. Knowledge is power, and we need to get as much knowledge as we can. And also, I want to say something before I begin. I want to say something before I begin. And let me pray a little bit before I start, sharing what I want to share with you guys, and then we're gonna jump right away to today's program. God, I thank you for today. I thank you for everybody that is joining. I thank you for everybody that will be joining later today. As we are discussing, as we are talking, as we teaching one another, God, I just pray that you will help us to understand. You'll help us to forgive. You'll help us to move on. You'll help us to have that peace that comes from you. Africa is yours. Africans are yours. So protect, keep them safe. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Yes, Adis Tadese. Say, what's up, brothers and sisters? Yeah, what up? I don't just want to move right away and start. So I'm just going to wait for people. I'm just going to wait for more people to come here. So I'm just going to wait for more people to come. Please invite some people. Tell them that we're going to have an amazing discussion here today. And everybody that's supposed to come here. All right. I want to take a moment, first of all, to shout out to my brothers and sisters out there. All right. People who are actually supporting Swahili Nation. And let me start with the members. Okay. And I need to find this person right here. So let me start with the members. We have people who are supporting as a members. All of these people, right? All of these people that have been joining and supporting as a member. We have close cousins. We have distant cousin. We have close cousin, distant cousin. But I want to find this guy. Man, if you're watching this, please send to me your email. This is Ephraim Goitom. He became Swahili Nation partner 3 days ago, and I didn't know that. That's crazy. 3 days ago. I need to have a contact. I need to find this guy right here. I need to talk to him. I need to exchange my phone number with him, and we need to start having conversation. Ephraim, Goy Tom. I need to have a conversation with Ephraim Goitom. So please, guys, if Ephraim Goitom, you're watching this, please share with me your contact, because I would love to talk to you. If you guys you don't know what is Swahili Nation Partner, let me tell you what it means. Okay, I'm gonna share with you guys here. That's another level there, and he needs a acknowledgement. Like, he really needs this guy right here. He really needs, and I need to connect with him. So this is the membership. All right, if you want to become DC, distant cousin, that means every single month you give $2.99 a month to Swahili Nation. Close cousin, $5.99 a month. Sibling, $29.99 a month. Senior sibling, SS right here, $49.99 a month. And then you have SN partner. This is Swahili Nation Partner, and it's $99.99 a month. Basically, is $100 a month. So this guy right here, he is giving $100 a month to the channel. So why not, why not acknowledging him? So I really, yeah, as our Professor Ezra say here, I really need a contact of Goitom. Goitom, please, if you're watching this, I need your contact, and I'll share with you the email here. You can send to me your contact. One Africa. Let me write here. If you're watching this, please send me your number in this email. One Swahili official at gmail.com. Please send me. I really want to acknowledge you, and I really want to connect with you, because now you become Swahili Nation Partner, for this month. So it's something beautiful, and I need to keep my promises that I said already before, that if you become a Swahili Nation Partner, this is what's gonna happen. So guys, for y'all who are joining right now, please go and you can sign as a member. The link is actually in the comment section. You can see all the way to the top. I pinned it. That's the link to join as a Swahili Nation Partner. You can go there and join. So please go and do that, and it's gonna be amazing. All right, so that's about Swahili membership, Swahili Nation membership. Now I want to acknowledge people who have been giving for the fundraise. Okay, these are just few. Okay, so I want to appreciate for people who have been giving, to this cause, because Swahili Nation, we're planning to go to Ethiopia next year, and please go ahead and if you want to donate anything, please support us so that we may go there, next year. We need your support, and I want to acknowledge everybody who has been donating here, from $10 to $100 to $200. Yeah, all of you guys have been amazing, and I want to acknowledge you all here. So appreciate for your giving. Appreciate so much. I acknowledge you guys. Without you, I don't know how we'll do this without you. All right. And for those who are sharing, we have 95 donations. So I appreciate. And you can share. For those who don't know how to donate, they can share. Please go ahead and share. It's going to be amazing to spread a word out there. So I really appreciate for you all who are giving. But I have a good news, because people in Africa, they cannot really give through that, website, through GoFundMe. I have a good news. All right. We made an Ethiopian bank account, because a lot of people from Ethiopia, they have been reaching out and asking about that, hey, we really want to give, but how can we give? We don't have any information. So we made an Ethiopian account. And if you're in Ethiopia and you want to give anything, I will share the details here for you guys to go and to give. All right. Right here. Let me share. Ethiopian bank account. So if you guys want to give, we have something here, right here. Okay, Ethiopian bank account, right here. That's the name. Leah Regassa, Bank of Abyssinia, Tobia branch, account number here. So if you're in Ethiopia and you're like, you know what, I cannot give through GoFundMe, I cannot give in dollar, but I wanna contribute somehow. This right here is an Ethiopian account. Please go and you can give whatever you have, whatever you have. When I go there, I always say that when I go there, I think I'll stay there for a long time. I think I'll stay there. Maximum, if I go there, maximum it will be 1 month, maximum, right? Because there's a lot of things to do, and I want to take my time. So help us to go there, and this is the account. I'll leave it there, and you guys can support. Okay. And let me acknowledge everybody who's coming in right now. For those who will give super chat, I want to acknowledge you guys and say thank you beforehand, because once we start this session, I'll be able to appreciate you guys at the very end, at the very end of this session. All right. Before I bring in my brother here, I wanna say something about no more today. So far we have been talking a lot about no more to the Westerners and everything and all these interferings that are going on. And this movement has been huge right now all over the world, right? Everybody's no more, no more, no more. And it's amazing. And let's keep that spirit. But I want us to shift a direction a little bit. Yes, we can still continue to say that, but I want us to shift a direction a little bit and look also from within, because it's true that we have things that are not going right within our countries. We have people that are dying within our countries. We have issues that we need to deal with within our country. So at the same time, as we're saying no more to the outsiders, to those people who want to exploit us, at the same time, we have to say no more inside. So if it is our leaders, if it is those traders inside our countries who trade our countries, if it is whatever, because we still have issues that are going on within our countries. People are still dying, right? And families are still worse. And we are still fighting with one another within, even sometimes, even without outside influence. We still have those issues within our countries. And it's a time for us to stand up within our countries also to say no to the corrupted governments, to say no to corrupted leaders, to say no to violence within our countries. It is the time to say that, because we cannot really have a truly peace. We cannot have true peace if we don't say no to things that are happening within. I love the movement and I love what it's doing right now, but at the same time, I'm afraid that we might lose focus of what is going on inside. We might lose focus of what is going on within our continent, within our countries, within our nations. We might concentrate on pointing fingers, that we blame everything that is happening is because of you guys, because of Western medias, because of you, USA, because of you, European. We might pay attention more to that and forget that we still have issues within our countries, that other issues that we are going through, it's because of our corrupted leaders, because of corrupted system, and it's because of people who are selfish. They just want to save themselves but not saving the people. And it's because of religions, right? Because of division within ourselves. Those divisions, we are the one that we are causing, right? Nobody's coming to steer them up. That I feel like, oh, you know what, I'm Christian, you're Muslim, I don't like you, we cannot be together, I'm going to kill you. That's what is going on in Nigeria. How many people are dying in Nigeria just because of their religions? They even had to divide the country, like this is the northern part and this is the southern part. But until up to this day, I wish I have John Divine here. Up to this day, people are killing each other because of religions in Nigeria right now. And it's crazy, because even the media is not covering that much. So we can go back to bash the media as well. No, but right now people are killing each other because of religions in Nigeria. Somebody from Congo here, shout out to Maurice Kioni. It's amazing to see somebody from Congo. Man, we talk about Congo all the time. So welcome to the family. Welcome to the One Africa, man. It's so good. Let's take a moment, man. The Congolese in the house. All right, we need more Africa to be involved. We need more Africans to be involved. Somebody from Congo here. Appreciate for joining. And we have somebody from Somalia as well here, Muhammad Ali. That's amazing. That's amazing. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Come on, but man, okay, Congo, this Congo right here, Maurice Kioni, I want you to bring more Congolese to share this link with more Congolese, because what we are talking about here today, we are talking about Africa and the fate of Africa. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And I want us to shift our direction, because For a while now, even today, you guys, you saw the videos, so many videos that I uploaded on Swahili Nation. All those videos I received from y'all guys. I received from the WhatsApp group as well. Some of them I received from Professor Ezra. Some of them I received from the WhatsApp group that we have, and I share with you there because I want to raise the voice that, okay, you media, you're not covering what is going on right now, then we're going to cover because we are African media. No more to violence, no more to exploitation, no more to everything. But at the same time, I want us African not to forget that still within our countries, within our continents, people are dying with hunger. People are dying. They've been killed. There's still conflicts are going on within our countries. And we have to start standing up and say no to those as well. Because US, don't come, don't interfere, leave us alone. We can handle it by ourselves. That's what we say, right? Africa problems for Africans, right? Africa problems for Africans. And some of you might not like this message, but I don't really care because that's the truth and we have to do it. African problems for Africa, right? So if we say no more to them, then we have to look back to ourselves. We have to look to each other and to be like, hey, guys, something is wrong here. And we need to change this. Something is wrong here. And we need to join our hands and to stand together and to say no to things that are happening from within as well, because there's external factors and internal factors. I'm saying this. This is why I'm saying this. I am here just like I am here the voice. I am here. I represent yo guys. I represent a lot of Africans out there. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, guys. I wish I can show you my DMs. I wish I can show you the messages that I receive every single day of people from all over Africa sharing their concerns, sharing their worries, sharing about what they're going through. When I read to them, you know how I feel? I feel like, man, this is how God, like, this is kind of like the prayer request. Like when we go to God and we pray about something, this is how, like, this is how it is, man. I feel like, I'm like, why are you telling all of this to me? This is how I feel when I read them. When I open my DMs and I read these messages, I'm wondering, I'm like, why are you telling this to me? I'm just a human being. I can't really do anything. But what I realize is people, they want a voice. They feel like there's no one who is speaking for them. So some of them, I tell them, come to One Africa Forum, come and share your concerns. But some of them, they're not open to that. Like they feel like if I come and I share, people will attack me. People will be like, oh, we know who you are. Oh, they feel like that. So there are really genuine people, and there's really, fake people. I don't worry about that. And I can know because I'm matured when I read and when I listen to this, but I know some of them I have conversation with them, right? So seeing this, I'm like, these people are crying for help. They want someone that can speak for them. And these concerns, guys, I'll tell you, these concerns is about their family. I received a message today. That this person is saying that, let me tell you, I received a DM today, and this person is saying, let me show you. So this person is asking, he said, we need serious prayer, right? I just want to paraphrase. I don't want to read everything. Let me show you just here. So this is the message, right? That's the message. He said, please continue to pray for us. That's what she's asking. She's asking just, please continue to pray for us so many times because this person is worried so much. And he says, this person is worrying because she is worrying about her hometown. She's worrying about her dad because she cannot get in touch with her dad. She don't know where her dad is. She's worrying about her friends in that town. All right. This is not just one message that I receive. I receive a lot of messages like this every single day because I go through my DMs and I try to read messages as much as I can. People are scared. People are killing each other within Africa, inside Africa. And we cannot ignore that. At the same time, when we say, at the same time, this is what I'm asking you guys. At the same time, when we say no more to what is going on outside there, what is going on out there, at the same time, let's say no more to what is going on inside, so that we may not lose focus. Because the cry of this one person who cries and she cannot sleep, right? She cannot do anything. She's worried. You know, a lot of people come here, they freaking worry about their families and the people in Africa. I'm talking about in Congo, I'm talking about in Nigeria, I'm talking about in Ethiopia, I'm talking about in Sudan, I'm talking about in Kampala, Uganda. All these people, they're worrying about their family. And let's raise up our voice. And let's not lose a bigger picture. Let's not lose that. And let's say no more to what is going on within as well. I think that it will be a pretty good starting. I'll remind you guys again to later on. But right now, I want to invite my brother to come here for the session. Today, we're going to be talking about an amazing topic, guys. You gotta be there, and you gotta invite everybody to come here. All right. I cannot wait for this discussion today. So please invite everybody out there. Tell them, hey, the time is now. The time is now. The time is now. The time is now. Yes. Professor Ezra here is saying, we are saying no more to disunity, war, and hate, because in United Africa, we'll build the necessary structure to counter these very serious challenges. Yes. 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 I think this no more, it will never stop. It will be like there forever, you know. I love Muhammad Ali say, the love I have for the motherland is unimaginable. I have been living in the States most of my life, and now I want to come back home. That's beautiful. Welcome, brother. Welcome, brother. Yeah, my brother, I'm waiting for you. Where's my brother here? Let me check on him. Okay. He'll be coming very soon. But Professor Ezra as well. Let me do this here. If you're able to come, just come right here. Come right here. My brother Ezra. Okay. My brother Ezra. Yeah. Check your WhatsApp. Guys, today, because we're going to have an amazing conversation here with somebody. I don't want to reveal his identity right now, but I'll reveal a little bit later. He's coming here to share with us an amazing... So invite everybody, all right? What's up, Ezra?
Hey everyone. How you doing?
What's up, my brother? I'm doing good. I see you exercising.
Yeah, my workout time. Yeah, before I go too far, I was sending a lot of messages. I don't know if the guy is still there. I met this guy, a very incredible guy, and I've been sharing his website. His website is called iloveblackpeople.com. I think his name is Sinclair on the live space session on Twitter. And I've been following some of the data I come here. Some of my arguments are built on listening to people like him. You know, give us wisdom, give us an understanding of the big stuff. So he's a very incredible person here in the US. He has his own show called I Love Black People. So I don't know if he's still there. He was there at the start, because when I invited him, he just came straight into the channel. And is one of those people that you know, with gravitas, that you have to think about interviewing for the show. So if he's still there, okay, this is me shouting out for you.
Hey,
And
my brother. I mean, come in,
I,
man. I'd love to at least say hi to him, and maybe we can come another day and have a conversation.
yes, yes. Let,
So
let me let
let
me
me.
let me see if I can send him the link you share with me
Okay,
privately,
okay, that's beautiful.
and if it's possible to just
Mm,
quickly, because he said something interesting in the show, in the live session. He said
yeah.
we shouldn't only focus on, pushing back on those who are against us. We should
Uh,
not forget our allies.
uh,
We should focus also strengthening alliances.
mm, mm. Oh, it's
Okay, let me
amazing,
say,
man. I
I'm
want to
sending him a
have a
DM.
conversation.
Yeah,
All right. This is
a
amazing.
moment.
At least to say, to say hi to him, and maybe we can, have a conversation.
Say hi.
Well,
And then,
we have someone from New Zealand here.
okay.
Welcome. New Zealand in the house, man. This is the first time to have someone from the New Zealand. So shout out to you and welcome to the show. This is amazing. Yes, Professor Ezra.
So I'm just sending him a message. I don't know if he's able to. So I've sent him the
Okay.
link. So
All
hopefully
right.
he uh,
That's good. That's good. That would be
establish.
amazing. Today we're gonna be having an
Okay,
amazing conversation.
man.
Um, I cannot
So
wait to hear from
yeah,
my
do
brother.
you want to take assignment? I don't mind. I don't mind in the background. Like if you
Yeah,
want me to focus on some other administrative work
yeah,
while you interview the
uh,
person.
yeah.
I can still be on. I would love to be here and ask a few questions if I'm
Oh yeah,
allowed to.
you can be here. You
But
can be here
but
because
while I'm
the guy
here, I
you
don't
know
want.
the guy.
Oh, I know the guy. Okay,
Yeah, he's one of us.
he's one
He's
of
one
us.
of
Ah,
us.
he's a team member.
He's one of
Okay,
us. Yeah.
okay. Let's see if Sinclair gets it. Hopefully, he gets
Yeah,
it quickly. I really,
definitely.
really wanted him to be. The way he was just breaking it down in that space.
Yeah.
You gotta have this person in your alliance because
Is that the link you
people
sent to me?
understand what's going on. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is that the link you sent to me? The tweet link?
Oh, the live session. I was hoping for you to.
Yeah.
I tried to promote Swahili Nation that team, but and that's
Ah.
because we got to get as many people to understand that this movement taking place. They are not
Mm,
alone, but they
mm,
are actionable stuff that we are doing right now. Like some of the things you just said earlier. Oh,
mm,
if the media is not going to cover,
mm,
we are media,
mm.
so we're going to cover and share
Exactly.
it with the rest of
Yeah.
Africa.
Mm,
And I don't know if you noticed the Tichikala. I don't know how to pronounce it. The Tichikala channel. Oh my
mm-hmm.
God, they've pivoted to this One Africa movement so hard. Like right now, they were always focusing on things like informing Africans, but now they are making arguments,
Yeah.
and this movement is changing. And then even that show. Oh, another network I set
Mm,
up was uh, what's the name? Sorry, forget. Sorry, it's
no
called
worries.
Arise Nigerian Youth. So
I
I've linked
see.
up with him, and I've asked
Mm,
him to collaborate with us. The East to West collaborations. These are movements and activities that are on the ground, grassroots level. That
mm, mm,
the point I want to make, why we say that, why am I harping on this, is because
mm,
we are not limited by the limitation of institutions like AU has or our government has. We don't have those limits. We don't have those responsibility of governing. Our
mm,
responsibility is activism, knowledge sharing, promotion of ideas, right?
mm,
Expansion of
mm,
the boundaries of the mind. That's what we
mm.
do. We want to expand what is possible for people to think, and what is where can they play. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just finished my exercise. So,
No worries.
uh, so the grassroots level is what we're looking for. At this time in
Mm,
Africa, we need to bring this at the grassroots level. We need a people rise from the bottom up, and then I know it takes longer to achieve our
mm,
goal, but
mm,
the arguments for it is that we've tried the other way, which is top down.
mm,
Our government coming together, establishing an African Unity Organization and an AU, and 50 years later we're still stuck. The institution that we established to protect Africa, to liberate Africa and protect Africa, they are limited by resources, limited by the fact that they are institutions. They have to, decision
mm,
makers have to come together, they have to build consensus. Those things are limited. So the reason I say grassroots level is that we will be empowering these institutions. We've done the top down already, but they're not empowered. And the way to empower them is by making their effort an African people's effort. And how do you do that? You gotta create knowledge, and and those knowledge need to be connected. I have to know about the nuances of the crisis you're talking about in Nigeria, right? And then through that knowledge, I connect, with our friends and brothers and sisters in Nigeria. So that's the grassroots level power. That's what it is. So, and there are people out there like trying to promote. We need to find a way to create network. A network is, take it literally, it's such a powerful thing. It allows flow of stuff, flow of ideas, flow of things that will empower us to be able to accomplish our grand vision, which is a united Africa that thinks and acts in loyalty to the aspiration of African people and loyalty to the values of African people. And then,
All right, my brother, I sent to you the link on WhatsApp. Yeah, I hope you can make it right now. I'm talking to.
Okay. I know you're eager to.
Here is about to come in anytime from now, and yeah. So guys, if you're joining right now, please spread the word and invite more people, because we're gonna start our discussion right now. I have a special individual here that is gonna come here and share with us something very important. We had this discussion the other day, and it was just so beautiful and so powerful. So I asked him to come here back and to share, and he will be sharing that with us today as well. So hopefully nothing wrong will happen, because sometimes when you have something good is about to come, I mean, you might have a lot of challenges going on, but hopefully he's gonna make it. Yeah, and guys, just remember that. Remember, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. We want to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of this year. So please go, and I want to shout out to everybody who is supporting this channel, everybody who is watching, and we have a lot of new members are coming. So appreciate for everybody for coming here. You guys mean a lot. For those new subscribers, welcome. This is your family. This is your place. This is African Media. And we're going to talk about issues that means a lot to us. Yeah. And right now, as we are having the No More movement, let's also remember to say no more to what's going on within as well. Let's be critical to ourselves, towards ourselves. Let's try to be, more critical. And yeah, because that's one of the way of, to make yourself better. If you are satisfied with where you are, then it's really hard to know what you're doing wrong, and it's really hard to change as well. But we should always strive for the best. We should always try to look within, and we should always try to to make difference. Yeah, so no more to external influence, and no more to what's going on inside as well, internal influence. No more to that. And always
I think okay, sorry.
Yes. No, please,
so
please, go ahead.
I think like if you actually closely interrogate this notion that you just laid out for us, closely interrogate it, the vast majority of our challenges are internal. Okay? The vast majority of them. It's like, be it from the economy to social conditions to politics, they are like the making of our own. And because of that, the homework that we give to our opponents, okay, is easier. It's a much easier homework for them, because we are internally. So, for example, I can give you in Ethiopia, because the key political actors, in Ethiopia, we didn't have that political will to really go beyond this. The little political squabbling, their little political squabbling, because they couldn't go beyond that. It put Ethiopia in a vulnerable situation.
Hence, powers that be say, oh, let's exploit this. That's how they did it. This is a fissure. This is a fissure in the Ethiopian state. Let's exploit this. That's how they came to Ethiopia. So if Ethiopians have stepped up a little bit, I know there was a lot of efforts to resolve it, but it's not to deny there were no efforts. But that weakness, internal weakness, was the very reason why these Western powers have been so vicious with regard to Ethiopia. Because that is the thing that they explore. So by resolving our internal issues, we are making it impossible for anybody who wants to divide you and exploit you. We're making it more difficult for them. So that's essentially what how you can also couch it this way. This very issue of focusing on when you say no more to internal issues, we are also saying no more to those, because we know by not addressing those things that matter to our people, we are creating vulnerability for exploiters and subjugators and imperialists and colonial mindsets and slaveholders. That's what we're doing. Okay, so that's important element to think about.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good point you raised. That if we resolve our own issues, then it's gonna be. It's gonna be who is gonna be there to interfere our issues. So I think we really need to be, that brave enough to, to resolve our own issues. Because if we can, then definitely, you don't really need anybody to come to put their nose in your business. And I know we are brave, enough to do that. But we need to come together. That's why unity is very important. Well, our guest today, he's really struggling with, with the device. But okay, he's right here. Okay, my brother, man, welcome back. Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, Nathnael, Minister of
Can
Education. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
We are all good. Thank you so
man.
much.
What just happened today?
I am a bit backward when it comes to taking advantage of technology. So this time round, I'm just using my phone. So I was really struggling to allow the camera and whatever work. So anyways, it's good to be back. I'm talking to you from a different angle. Now I'm in Tanzania, Mwanza. It's good to be back online. Okay. I hope all is well.
Back, all is well, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah. My brother, welcome.
All right.
Yes, it's your floor. Guys, invite everybody, guys. Let me just say, invite everyone. Tell them to come. Share this link with somebody. Tell them to come. Because if we start right now, we are not going to stop. And if you miss something, we're not going to repeat. All right? The plane is about to take off. So tell somebody to come right now.
Yes.
Mika,
in the meanwhile, as people are coming in.
Oh, Nati. I'm sorry. Ezra,
can I go ahead?
What are you saying?
Ezra, take the floor.
No, just a technical question. I was expecting the 30-minute interview with Binyam on your channel, but just wanted to remind you that. Sorry about the interruption.
All right.
So as people are coming in, and before we just take off, I want to pose some very crucial questions for us to start thinking before we delve into that is the collective identity that we want to talk about today as well. By the way, this will be somehow a repetition of what we have done last session, but since Mike, you thought it is important to talk about it again, we're going to talk about it again, but I want to spice it up a bit and provoke people. Usually, we take for granted when we talk about identity. If you ask, for example, a Nigerian, what is really being a Nigerian is all about? And they talk about, for example, fufu, or jollof rice or this or that. So many people have this association of clothing, food, dance, music, whatnot to their identity. But I want to rip apart some of the illusionary visions that we have attached to our own identity. For example, Mike, I don't know, when you think as a Tanzanian, if I ask you at least to give me 3 things, okay, not many, 3 things that without these 3 things, or if you take away these 3 things, you are no longer a Tanzanian. You mentioned 3. And the people out there also who are watching this program, Ezra is on this side. Can you name 3 things that you can say, I am an Ethiopian because of 1, 2, 3. And if you take these 3 things, you cease to be an Ethiopian. Or the image about being an Ethiopian, what could and out there.
Line is it me or line is cutting up? Nati,
no,
is it me or is it line? So Nati, you might have to repeat yourself a little bit sometimes because the line is cutting up. So say the same thing over and over. Sometimes. Sometimes. So to resolve that on your end, just say it twice, just 3 times.
I want to ask everyone on the platform, wherever you may be, whatever you, for example, your tribe, your nationality is, to mention 3 things, 3 important things, to jot down 3 things, Congolese, a South African, a Zimbabwean, a Zambian, without these 3 things, you cease to be, or if you remove these 3 things, that marks who you are as an Ethiopian, a Tanzanian, that you no longer exist to be that. What could that be? Many people attribute their identity to food, clothing, dance, language. What could that special thing be if you talk about your identity? Ezra, do you have any idea, for example? Can you what comes to your head when the reason why you are an Ethiopian is because
not as soon as you, before you even finish the question, those 3 things popped up already. There are already 3 things. If you take away, for example, if you take away, let's say, our history of embrace of humanity, all the way back to Al-Najash, when he decided to pursue humanity versus the economic interest he has with those persecuting the Muslims.
Good. Shoot.
To me, that's history. 2. Can I say go for 2? Second? Can I go for the second one? Oh, you want to go back? Is it okay? I have 2 more, but can I go? Okay. The second thing, if you take away from me is the contradiction of Ethiopianness. Ethiopianness is about contradiction. It's like pride and humility.
Second, go ahead. The first one is history. Okay.
Yes. Not just general history, but there are some bad history. But there's some specific. So yeah.
Go ahead. Mention 3. Mention.
Yeah. The third one is the diversity of my country. All of it, and all its flaws and problems and goodness and badness. I don't care how good or bad it is. It's not about bad or good, just as it is, as you would describe Ethiopia as diverse. That is, those are the 3 things that come up. They probably have 10 of them, but these are the top 3.
Diversity.
Yes.
No, Nati. Brother Nati. Hello,
Mhm.
Nati.
Mhm.
Can you hear me,
So,
Nati?
okay, so if I take away your history, you will no longer be an Ethiopian.
Yes.
One.
Oh. Hey, Nati. I think you're gonna need to check your connection again because the connection is awful, and I think it's gonna be very confusing. It's even for me, it's hard to understand sometimes.
Me. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, yes, Nati. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Well,
you well.
he's
Yeah, yeah.
such in a row. He's such in a row, and it's so frustrating
Yes?
when network is interrupted. But he's so, I mean, like, this is
Yeah.
where I'm so excited about where this is going.
Hello?
But yeah, but the network is just
Yeah, not yeah. Your connection is really bad. Like it's really bad. You are mentioning very important points, but it's hard to follow along. Yeah, man. Why this is happening today? Come on, bro. Man, like.
Ca- can I say a little bit thing about identity? Identity is very complex. Okay,
Mhm.
but I think
Mm.
what Nathaniel is going to elucidate for us, clarify for us,
Okay.
is that complexity can be broken down to simple things, and then we can act on them. I think hopefully that's what he's going to clarify for us. But yeah, but like, isn't it sad? Like I actually get where he's going, even though it's broken
Mm.
up. I actually know, like, have an idea at least of where he's going, and it's so powerful. Where he's going is so powerful with this line of thinking. He's starting is just at the beginning of it, at the tip of the iceberg, but the depth of the iceberg is so profound. I hope Nathaniel will find a very good network, and to educate us.
Okay.
Our Minister of Education, to educate us, to come back and educate us. Oh my God, it just I'm so excited about it. Before he even goes to depth. Hopefully, we'll resolve the network a little bit very soon. But I think, as we wait for Nati to think about, really list out all the three things that he just said.
Okay.
What are those three things, if taken away from you,
Mm.
okay, would
Mm-hmm.
nullify your sense of belonging to a community?
Mm. Mm.
Okay, what are the things that, like,
Mm.
if I take away those things away, if somebody comes to take away those things,
Mm.
what are those three top things that will nullify the sense of identity? You could be a Nigerian, you could be a Yoruba, or you could be
Mm.
an Igbo in Nigeria, or you could be, like an Oromo, an Amhara,
Mm.
or you could be an Ethiopian. I mean, of course, you are all Ethiopian in those things. You could be an African, but as an
Mm.
African too, you might have identities as an African. But I think what I want to, as we wait for Nati, I want to just hopefully it will help him when we make his argument. Identity
Yeah.
is much more complex than what
Mm.
people make you think it is.
Mm.
Identity, identity is much more complex. Mika, are you hearing me? Hopefully, I'm not breaking
I
up,
hear
or
you.
it's okay. Like, I'm not one day an African. Okay, on Monday I'm not an African. Okay, on Tuesday an Ethiopian. Okay, on Wednesday, a Christian,
Mm.
and on Thursday a husband.
Mm.
On Friday, a teacher.
Mm.
And then on Sunday, a businessman. And
Mm.
on Saturday, I'm a husband. I'm
Mm.
not. These are identities. Then I'm just like, you don't just pick and choose. On
Mm.
another day I'm an Oromo, and then another day I'm a Nigerian. Another day I'm a Kikuyu, and then the next day I'm a Kenyan. You are all of these identities all at once. That's what makes us human beings. The reason why we are human, we are able to reconcile all these things that are competing. The only reason this complex identity becomes a weakness is for those simpleton politicians. Simpleton, I call them simpleton politicians, who come in and
Yeah.
just pick one strain of our identity and
Mm.
exploit us to make us think that we are less than we're just that. They take that tiny identity so that they can cash in on their political power. Or let's cash in on our power. Like how do I mobilize power? And then say, oh, I would pick on your, Kikuyuness or Oromoness or Yorubaness or Ashantiness. Then I'll take that pick and then run with it so I can get to power. But and as a matter of fact, our identity is much more complex. We are not one identity. Okay, our language is part of our identity, but it's not all our identity. Our profession is one of part of our identity, but it's not all of our identity. Our personality, our character is part of our identity, but it's not all of our identity. Our experience is part of identity. Values are part of identity. Vision is part of identity. Our mindset is part of identity. Identity is complex, is infinite. The definition of identity is very encompassing. So I want to make sure that as we wait for Nati, we keep in mind this element of identity. And now, hopefully, I'm not making Nati's argument or his point of view difficult when he comes back. But I'm trying to complement what he's trying to do as we wait for him to come and join us.
Definitely. Man, hopefully he's gonna everything will be fine, because I've been looking forward to this. The day that he came and joined and shared, man, like I was blown up. I was blown my mind, man, and I was like, I need to give more chance to this guy right here. And for me, if I mention those three things, that if you take these three things, I will feel like I lost my identity. Is if you take my family. For me, it's family. Like I don't see any other thing, because I feel like my identity is pretty much connected with my family. Like I come here because my family is here. I come back home to Tanzania because my family is here. I feel like, I need to go back there because my family is there. But if I don't have family, then I feel like I don't have a home, because I've always been raised in a family, and I know the values of the family, and that's what form the society and the country in general. So you want to take my identity away, take my family. Like that is gonna I don't know. That's one thing that I can think of, but I can think of the second thing or third thing. So I would say family. Yeah, and that's why I'm getting very emotional. Like every time when I hear people are concerned about their family, because I know that fear, and I know that how it feels like to have a family, and and not to feel like you don't have family, or not to have a family. It's something else. Yeah. So okay, my brother Nati is coming back. All right.
What is the second thing? What is the second thing?
Second thing, family.
Oh, first thing, family. Second thing, family.
And the third thing is family.
I see why you say this. Yeah, family is so vast, you cannot have any more space.
Yeah, what I mean is, you have a lot of family. Like you have a family, like family that I was born.
Yes,
and I have a family of
no,
my own.
you're like an uncle to many kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around.
I have a family like the passion.
I'm sure Ezra will agree with you.
Of course, having 10 kids, he knows. And by the way, Pastor Ezra will be coming here. I think he will. He's kind of like he's gonna continue to host this. He will come very soon as well. Nati, we're waiting for you. Another family, like, because there are three different kind of family. Like my own family, like me, let's say, my kids and my wife, and then there's another family of me, my mom, my dad, and brothers, sisters, and then there's another family that you choose. Let's say you're working on your passion, right? And then you have this amazing family of One Africa Forum or One Africa Family, and so if like
way to break it down, Mika, way to break it down.
taking that away, it's how can I say, it's like there's a job, right? Like there's like you might be working in a job, and you might be working it's different when you work in a job and you work for your calling. Like for me, I see the difference. Like I used to have a job where I went and I got paid every single month, and I walked away and everything was fine. right? But it's impossible to walk away from your calling, because that calling, it's connecting you to who you really are. Like, it's like God designed you to do this thing, this specific particular thing. How, we all don't know, because we're figuring out as you're working, but there's this calling that God has in each one of us. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm not really living my life. I'm not really being true to myself, and I'm not living my fully life. Like, I might be doing something else and I feel like I live, but not doing what I was meant to do, or not doing my calling. It's like I'm being somebody else that I was not called. I was not there. So that's why I feel like, for me, all these like three things are very connected, like family, and my calling and passion, and what I was meant to do. I feel like it's connected in that, because if you take that away from me, then I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I can go to work in a job and get money every month, but like, it's not living for me. I'm not gonna be happy. I'm not gonna have that joy or peace of mind. I'll feel like I'm just like living day-to-day lives. Like, it's the reason why I walk away from Korea, because I feel like it's just like it's the same thing. You work out in the morning and then you go, you do this, and then you come back, and then it's the same routine, but I don't see any productive result from what I do. So that's I don't know if I'm making sense.
Mika, can I ask you a question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Because
I love questions.
I want to help. I want to help channel these things.
Okay.
Like my, and then I have a reason for it, because it's always important to link what we do to where we're going. Oh, Ezra, I'm sure he's gonna list 3 families too. Not in the order of his children, but
I love your head, man. Like, really, I can see the anointing oil on your forehead right there. It's shining, man.
Shining,
Wow.
man.
Exactly, it's shining.
Yeah, that's the picture of Africa.
You have to be
Africa we want.
You have to be black to shine like that.
I'm like the wise virgins that took oil, while waiting for the the foolish didn't take the oil, and then when the bride came, their lights turned off. We need to keep the lights on. How are you guys?
Great, awesome. It was
good.
an amazing yesterday. It was like I was like having all sort of goosebumps all day yesterday with the rallies that were taking place across America, especially in front of Washington D.C., in front of the White House. That was like thunder. It was like an African thunder. The last rally they had, I think, a couple of weeks ago, they said they had 70,000. I would guess it was twice that. The number was twice that number. Probably 150,000 people showed up to that rally. Americans will say, we have this many black people in our community taking over our streets, making so much noise. Waking our president up. Anyways, that's how I feel today. I don't know if that answers your question as well.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And you, Mika, His Excellency?
Man, what was your question?
No, how are you guys? Just a greeting, checking up on you guys. Your well-being. Have you had time to meditate today? Did you?
No, I think I'm going to
did you exercise?
right now.
Did you take your exercise? I saw Prof. Ezra running there.
I'm too lazy to run, so I just walk and do stairs.
I try to do push-ups every day, so I'm trying to do push-up, because sitting here and it's not really good. So I'm doing push-ups in the morning, keeping myself in shape. I need that. So yeah, but my day was good. It's good. As days goes on, my desire of seeing you guys face to face, it just like increase. Like, I want to see you guys so bad. Like, I want to meet you guys, what I'm saying? I want to give you a hug, I want to see, like, what I'm saying? Like, see you guys like face to face. I might be talking to robots here, and I don't know, but because technology is amazing these days.
From
But
the way you treat your first family,
yeah,
the third family is gonna definitely get there. You
exactly.
know, from the way I saw you and your mom. Oh my god, I can only envision what would be like when you meet your third family.
Oh man, yeah, that's man. That day, I don't know, man. I hate crying, but I think I might cry. You know, it's
Mm.
it's crazy. It's great because I feel like it's it's building to something. Something in the future. So it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, excellence, Ezra.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Yeah, man. Oh, Netsi, she's here as well. Netsi, come on, man. We missed you,
Yeah,
Netsi.
man.
Netsi. Hey, yeah, man, our beautiful sister. I just want to hear her voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, please come. This sister, she's gifted with so much wisdom, and I just love her heart, how much she loves God, and she wishes nothing but the best for Africa. And I remember one word that she always say, that let's not take side. That's like, if you think about it, you
Mm.
realize that this is very important thing, because um you know taking side is dangerous sometimes, because nobody is perfect, and as long as you know that, then you know that the safe side for me to be is God's side, and to wanting things to be good, to wanting things to be better, you know but if you do take side, then you need to be very critical with yourself and with uh those people around you, to be real, that okay, this is right, this is not right, this is not, because we always have that. So
Mm.
um anyways, Pastor Ezra, I don't want to take much of your time.
What about you? What about you, Pastor Ezra?
Oh,
My day. Had a, I'll say, productive day today. Not much, but I got most of what I needed to do done. I completed all my tasks that I had set up for the day. Um, I was only have one that I didn't do, but I'll just catch up tomorrow and complete it. Because of time, I could not finish it. And yeah, but so far so good. Can't complain. And I don't know. I don't know. Where's the minister of education?
is that for some reason he's just having some issues today. Oh, okay.
Wow.
My
Let's
sister.
see. Let's
Hey,
see.
come on,
Hello,
man.
hello.
It's been ages.
I think she's
Let's
muted.
see. Yo, first lady. Man,
Oh,
what's going on today?
I was muted. I was talking too much and I was muted. I didn't know. How are you, everyone? How are you, brothers? And nice to hear your voice. Nice to see you. And it's always a pleasure and a humbling moment to talk about Africa, to talk about brotherhood, sisterhood, and to raise up together to the purpose what God called us as an Africans to reach
Mm.
where He called us to be, right? And I'm happy to come again. I may not stay too much time, but if you give me a few minutes, I want Mika, could you share the fundraising part, please? Is it
Uh,
okay?
yeah. It's
Is it
definitely fine.
possible?
Do we have a
Now,
permission
also,
to say
please
hi to
don't,
our
don't.
dear sister? And
We we, we,
while you are
we we
doing that,
missed you, Netsi.
Yeah,
let's see, we missed you.
I'm kind of
And
busy. I am in school these days, and it's very tough going to work, being in a school, and also being a mom. It's not easy.
please
So,
leave us with some message. Don't leave us just hanging today.
oh,
I'm in here on the live stream today.
oh, okay.
We need some wisdom from you.
Uh, I'll do my best. I just share with my ideas. That's what I do. But I want to say thank you for all the people who are supporting, almost reaching our goal. I'm so encouraged by this. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the program and seeing it as a mission for Africa. Thank you for looking at it as it is my responsibility. That's why everyone is chipping in and encouraging our brother and the vision that he has for Africa. I know there are different movements that are going, and the movement of Pan-Africanism is kind of reviving in a way. Hopefully, it will make the networks, and it will bring the people to the right direction, to where the people of Africa were called. Where the land that it have all the necessary resources, all the smart people, all the thing that they need is right there. We are kind of in the dream world. Somebody put it on our head. So I'm hoping that we are coming together to raise up and to bring where we're supposed to be, to go where we're supposed to go, and to do the right things. And this is one step as a Swahili nation for us to go forward. And thank you for helping. Thank you for supporting. And I'm receiving some emails too, and thank you. I just want to acknowledge those people who really concerned. I want to help. I want to be there. How can I do it? I don't know how to support in GoFundMe, but how can I do it with a different method? And those encouragements really lift up people's spirit to do what is right. And I really want to give them the spotlight today for supporting Miha and Mika, and supporting the whole Swahili nation. Actually, it's not only as a person. And also, go ahead and continue supporting in whichever way you know. And today I want people from different parts of Africa, from Nigeria, from Morocco, from South Africa. We have a brother from South Africa, of course. But from every continent, I'm trying to talk to some people that I know from different from different African countries, but that so they can join and see the vision, and they can work together. So please give us a network if you know brothers and sisters who are from different parts of Africa and who have a passion for Africans. Please, we need them to join us. So if you are in Ethiopia, or whether in America and Tanzania, but you know someone from Cameroon, or you know someone from what's the country? Madagascar, yes. From Madagascar, if you know them, please contact them. That's also for us supporting that you are bringing people to the group, so we can build the African people with peace, unity, and prosperity, and to bring the people where they needed to go. And that's what I want to say. As I told you, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have that much time. I have exams to be ready for. So thank you for letting me in and say these words. And I know you guys have lots of things to talk about. And thank you.
Thank you, Letty. We really
Letty.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
The incredible work you do. All the best in your exams.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We know you're gonna ace it, yeah. You're gonna ace those exams.
Yeah.
God be with you, and you, so that you can ace those exams. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Mika, before you go, I was trying something before, like, Ezra came in. I was saying that it should be a normal practice for us to always, you can never say it enough, to always link what we do on a daily basis to the vision that's ahead of us, where our destiny, where we want to go, which is Africa. So sometimes we are breaking the things apart here on this platform, and it appears to some minds and some people that we are distracted from the vision. We are distracted from the big picture, but they're not. We are just, sometimes we have to focus on a specific part of the picture, and really address it. So today's work was identity. I think that's what Nati was about to do for us. But how is that related to the bigger vision? And how do we essentially the point is vision is something that you're not there for. You're not there. That's not where you are. Vision is where you want to be, where you see ahead of you. But the reality of now is the thing that you have to navigate. It's this element of things that you have to navigate. So you have to navigate to that vision. But in navigating to that vision, you have to be anchored down on the nature of reality that you have. So identity is a nature of reality in Africa or anywhere in the world. And if you don't understand identity and its nuances and its sophistication, you will struggle to make a connection between your identity and the goal. So that navigation is the thing. So I was hoping that you really lay down for us before you go the linkage between what we're trying to do today and where that is helping us go. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Nati, he's back here though, right now.
Before he starts, it would be good if you do that and then you can leave. We want to hear your voice and help us really make that, make sense of things.
Yeah, as I always say, for me, I don't really. The only thing that I see and that has always, I've always been, talking about is what we want to achieve here. Is what I want to achieve. And I remember there was a time that you raised a really good question that. So let's say that we have one Africa, then what next? How does that looks like? And I think that day when you asked that question, it really challenged me, and I realized that I really didn't think about after we have one Africa, then what are we gonna have after that? Because my assumption or my desire is I feel like I might spend the rest of my life on Earth still fighting for having unity in Africa. That's how I feel. So every single thing, and I know I might not. I'll be honest with you. I don't really know even where I'm going. I don't know every single detail of of my life and how it's gonna turn out to be. But the only thing that I know is right now, and right now I know that I'm called to fight this fight and to want to see this, and I'm just playing that little part right now. But I don't really know where this is going and how this is going to turn out to be. This is something that I think I keep praying and praying God that He will connect me with right people, with good people, that we have the same calling, we have the same desire, just like right now what is happening, so that we may all move together towards that direction, because we all want to see the same thing. And there's no such a fight as a one man army, like one person army. So everybody needs a team. They need people who can work together, towards that direction, can give them different ideas, different perspective, different suggestions, and that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm just open and trying to do what I do right now, and continue to pray for the future and where we're heading. That's basically
It is so, like, our identity could be our power if you understand it. Our sense of self could be a power if you understand it, appreciate it. But if you don't appreciate it and if you don't have a good grasp of it, it could be a stumbling block. So you could use it as a stepping stone to the next step. So if we have a sense of, okay, this is a sense of who I am, then that's a stepping stone. It's one of those steps stone you take. So there are probably a million steps that you take to that African unity, to that one Africa. But we don't want pseudo African unities. We don't want unity in name only. We want unity that's practical to people, to ordinary Africans around the world. We want to make sure that's the case. But we have to navigate. As somebody who has done a lot of work building institutions and organizations, my struggle always has been helping people see the big picture, but at the same time making it breaking it down into parts that are small, attainable, and winnable parts. And once you win every step of the way, every time you win something over, then you are a step closer to that vision that you're hoping for. Because vision is easy to understand in the mind, but it's hard to implement it. So the pragmatism is necessary. So sometimes we might debate, okay? It appears that we're debating, okay, because the urgency of what's going on right now makes us think, oh, we're wasting our time, debating. But we are not interested in just resolving certain problems and then not really think about how resolving those problems gonna lead us to the big thing. We have to always make that linkage. We have to weave in the connection between vision and practice, between between operationalization of vision and actual vision. So the operationalization of vision is always different from what the vision looks like, because you are breaking down vision to parts, and sometimes it's difficult for the mind to make that leap forward. And so I want to make sure that we always anchoring these things in this linkage so that people always follow you. Okay, I see where it's going. I see the necessity of dealing with this issue right now, even though it doesn't appear to be directly related to the vision, at least in terms of articulation. It is linked, but in terms so that's what I want to do. But without much ado, I'll hand it over to you to move things forward.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Okay, guys. Our brother Nati is back here already. Yeah, Nati, I hope you're good now to go. Hello, brother. Let me try. Can you unmute yourself? I think your mic is not connected.
Hello?
Okay. All right, you're good now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
The why I am going through this, but it's for the better. So one of the participants asked, what is going on and what are you trying to achieve and what is the way forward? Where are we going with this? In the previous forums, decolonizing the mind, deconstructing and reconstructing. So we are a battle of the mind. Not of really a physical infrastructural battle. That is a rest outward change comes from our minds. We get rid of what we want and we assemble what we want. This is how we build community. This is how we build a society. This is how we build humanity at large. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
We need to decolonize the network now. We need to decolonize the network.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Man. Oh, I'm so excited.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, Nati. We're still listening, Brother Nati. Brother Nati,
Hello?
can you hear us now? Can you hear us, Brother Nati? Our Honorable Minister, can you hear us? I think Nati is still having some issues with the network. Professor,
Yeah,
are you, are you still
I'm here.
here?
I'm here. I'm gonna be here with
So
you.
is your network decolonized?
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. From my end, it's perfect.
Our,
But
our, our honorable minister seems to be hacked somehow.
yes,
I
I know.
mean, Africa is waiting to
Yeah,
hear this knowledge, and we're having
yeah.
this issue.
I think like Ezra as a way of like a workaround. What do you like? We should just like continue to have a conversation about, let's say, okay, the no more movement. That earlier, it's a rising movement that is bringing about, a fervor of, increased awareness about Pan African issues and African issues. It's a grassroots movement that is creating awareness in many places, right? So, um, uh, like, how do we translate that to, let's say, even to make it no more about our issues internally? Like, how do we translate that, like, no more to corruption, no more to, the absence of opportunities for young people across Africa, be it economic, spiritual, emotional, intellectual opportunities that are like out there, tangible and intangible opportunities that are there, that are required, that are necessary to move Africa to that unity, to that promised land of unity, closer to that. And what are the things that we could be thinking about in terms of, let's say, can we have no more protest movement across Africa, cities and towns across Africa? Like, I don't know if you saw the Burkina Faso kids that did incredible work. They forced the French to retreat. So that's
Mm,
that kind of like those kind of movements that are on the ground that are taking place. Like Burkina Faso is saying, no, you're not going to go and attack our neighbors through our country.
mm,
And like and the French trying to insult them by telling them, "Oh, these guys don't know what they're doing." Like, so like, I want to make sure, like, as we try to get Nathaniel to figure out his network, I was hoping that we also cover other underlying issues that are important as well for a lot of people in our audience.
mm. Yeah, I think that's a great point what you're raising. Um, I think part of I think going back to Nati's question about what really defines us as people, or as Africans, or even coming from different countries. I think I think he mentioned the basic being food and all those things,
Mm.
but I think it's more than that. I mean, also environment played a role in terms of certain foods. It's not that people just chose and say we're going to be unique, we'll eat this kind of food. Sometimes the environment and the climate that one grows up in also determines the kind of food that you'll be eating. And I once saw something about how food plays a role in terms of, I mean, how it influences culture, and how people also even structure how you are structured and stuff. The
Yes.
environment where you grow up, the food that you eat, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a big topic. But I guess that will also just break it down some other day, about how food influences that are in Africa, what influences food, and all those other things. And
The
going back, yeah,
injera, like, for example, about injera probably, but injera is that
yes,
Ethiopian bread. The
sure,
circularity of it is
mm,
also by design,
mm,
because like traditionally meal is eaten around a circle.
mm,
Like, so you sit around a circle of a circular shape, and you sit around a circle. And essentially, the point historically is to make the point that when we're eating the meal, okay, nobody is a king. We're all equal. Nobody is above or below. We are equal in that circle. That circle makes equality. It brings that kind of equality. So your status, your position, your wealth. So food is used to communicate that kind of like humility that is necessary to connect with each other. I don't know if that adds to what you just said, but I wanted to say that. I wanted to add to that a little bit about the food.
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder if Brother Nati will be coming and will be rejoining us. But in the meantime, guys, feel free if you also want to join and be part of the question that Brother Nati raised about what defines you as a people, and what makes you an Ethiopian, what makes you whatever nationality you are from. I'm just gonna share the link quickly, everyone there. Uh, and going back to the plan, I think you had asked Mika the question that he was trying to answer as well about what is it, what about after we all united, then what, you know?
Yeah.
I think part of that is something that we need. The One Africa. It should be a global movement from how I see it. And even now, when we're looking at it, now there are many people who are outside the continent who are playing a big role in terms of um, also broadcasting what's happening out there to the people who are also in the continent. You know, we are not waiting for media houses to show us what's happening on the ground. People are using
Yes.
their own technology to broadcast their protests, their movement, what they stand for, and stuff. So it's really encouraging. And the vision, I see it big. I see it as a global movement. Wherever there's people of African descent, wherever they are, they can join for any cause and fight for any cause for all the African people instead of just a few people and stuff. And I think
Yes.
with what's happening now in Ethiopia, it's one of those igniting fires that should encourage us to take this and run with it, you know,
Yeah.
and utilize these platforms and that we've been given at the moment to share the message, to stand in solidarity, to bring solutions, because we're not just here to complain and say, look at this one did this one, look at this one did this, you know. We are also here to come up with solution and ways to resolve our issues, because the moment Africans are not coming up with ways to solve their issues, we'll forever have former colonizers thinking for us and trying to control us.
Yeah.
Look, and I think we've got our brother here, Abdul. Abdul is in the house.
Oh,
How are you, brother?
Abdul. I want to know if he took part in DC. I know. I think he's in DC, right? Abdul, are you in DC? Oh,
I'm
oh my God.
Pennsylvania.
Glad to see you. Yeah.
In Pennsylvania.
Oh,
That
Pennsylvania.
is, oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
in Pennsylvania. But don't
Philly?
worry.
Philly? Are you in Philly?
I'm not far from Philly. I'm not far.
Okay.
No. Did you see him? No?
No.
Okay.
Sharif told me he's by the pickup truck.
Okay. Yes, hello?
Yeah.
Yes, Abdul, we're listening to you. How are you today?
Yeah, I'll join. I have like a guest here. Just 5 minutes, I'll call right back. I
Okay.
just have
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, cool.
You know, a lot of our people are working people, so they're juggling. I know you guys. We're juggling all sort of things. So we recognize that, but you know, we appreciate you when you come and take part and support what we do here. So
Hmm. So as I was still saying that this is going to be a global movement, and as we are starting with this, and with also the visit to Ethiopia to show solidarity, to be on the ground, and to go and learn. And as well, I think it's also part of why we should have the One Africa, this One Africa tours and whatnot. It's also to have cultural exchanges and to know about each other, because I think the borders have also um, blocked people from knowing about each other. So those are the things that we sometimes miss out in terms of our cultural
Yeah.
things, or even the way of life in every country.
Yes.
So I think that's another advantage of this One Africa movement, the platforms or the future plans of why One Africa, why should we unite. It's also about cultural exchange, cultural, religious exchange, so many things. It's not just about politics or
Hmm.
conflicts, but we cover every spectrum of society. We try to cater for what society's needs are and what people are talking about on the ground or what they're going through, and highlight the plight of every African if possible. If
Yes.
somebody is in Burkina Faso and there's something going on, and if we've got people who are in our forums, they can even notify us that, hey guys, we need solidarity. Please keep an eye on this. You know, because there's other nations that have a hostile media environment, so it's not easy to find other news from external and
Hmm.
even internally to also broadcast to other nations. That's why sometimes some people in Ethiopia might feel that why other Africans are not, we're not seeing their support, or we're not seeing anyone from their countries. But there's countries that are having a hostile media environment. It's not easy. They don't have the freedom of speech and things like that. I mean, such a platform is also to make more people to realize that we need more voices in Africa, because I think for far too long African voices have been suppressed in a way, even though we're saying we are in democracy and we are in this and that. And such platforms, we're trying to open up those doors that people can come and express their thoughts, come up with solutions, suggestions, you know So I think Abdul is back. Abdul,
Yes, sir. How are you?
all good, man. How are you?
All good,
Sorry,
Abdul.
I had visitors, but I just wanted to say hi, and I was listening to you guys about the idea of coming together, and something just came to my mind. Seems you and the professor on this platform right now. I believe you too, because of the country you came from, or that you're in right now. Um, you know, Based on your realities, you look at South Africa, and when you see the people from Zimbabwe or Somali refugees, or and other Africans, Nigerians, there's always tension. Sometimes, between the indigenous or local South Africans towards their fellow brothers. Also, you see it on the news, and I'm sure Ezra would, you can at least educate us more on
More, yeah.
realities, because this is part of being one Africa. What is the issue? I'm sure it's economic, but these are good starting points. Same thing goes for the professor also with the current crisis in Ethiopia.
Yes.
If these two things can be solved, I believe most of our problem in Africa would be remedied, because this is across the board. We've
Yes.
been tested with, there's so many tribes in Africa, and we're poor, and there's so many layers of issues. And if we can solve these issues, honestly believe South Africa, especially, and Ethiopia right now, if we can overcome this at the bigger picture, I'm sure know some of the serious issues that we're facing in terms of coming together would be remedied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Um.
part of the solution is knowledge. I think you can't always, you of course educate every bigot, right? You can't educate, but most people who are bigoted or narrow-minded and parochial is the result of little or no knowledge or little or no understanding of the possibility that, the reality that, your scarcity is only time bound. Somebody, so when you're scared somebody's coming to take your job, it's only at that moment. If you actually think about it, the fact that somebody who is a different perspective, different experience is part of your community is the thing that enriches you. And I think the Westerners and the European powers exploit that to the highest effect, by being that kind of, that kind of like, uh, not limiting yourself but so not limiting yourself to the notion that there's nothing of value that a different person, a different experience is not going to bring to us. It is always the value that different people bring to the table. So I think in South Africa, for example, in Ethiopia as well, it's about ignorance. So part of it, not all of it, not all the solutions is there, but part of it is like if we can get 20-30% of the population that could be changed because of education, because of knowledge. When I say education, I don't mean schooling education. Education in that somebody being educated about, I mean, education that humanizes. So if they have experience that humanizes, that I see, I share something here with my fellow Nigerians, my fellow Gambians, and so in that shared space, there's something that we can build and create together, innovate together, and we can create. There's the terminology used in when I was in business school where we looked at what's called appreciative inquiry, where you're not only looking at what is standing in a way, but you're also always looking at what is the open space and the areas that have not been occupied. So sometimes human beings have a tendency to just look at the problem, but sometimes there's beyond the problem. There's outside the problem. Problems are like, they're not they don't overwhelm the entire space. They just have specific areas. There's always open space where those problems can be easily addressed. Those challenges can be looked at from different perspective, from different approach. So I appreciate that. So knowledge and kind of like a knowledge that fights that kind of ignorance could take at least some of the burden a little bit. Take out some of, so that would empower those with the ability to see things critically and be part of the solution. I don't know if that helps,
Yes.
at least elucidate a little bit the
Yes,
issue
that
that you just raised.
makes sense.
Just to add to it, I think what you raised, Banjul, Abdul, it's very important, especially with the mention of South Africa, and I think we will have another topic really set for issues like xenophobia and all those other issues that have been raised about South Africa, and there's a lot. I mean, if you look at South Africa now, it's one country that needs to get it right in terms of diversity, because it's one of the most diverse country in Africa in terms of nationalities. It has, I think, all the African nationalities in South Africa. Besides Africans, there's also people from other Asian countries. Your Chinese, your Pakistani, Bangladesh, almost everyone is here. So, and I think another thing is, as what Prof. Ezra said about knowledge and exposure to people, and I think also some people in South Africa, it's their first time having so many people from almost everywhere in large numbers like they've never had before. Even though South Africa has always been a nation with a lot of immigrants, it's not a nation that's starting now to have a lot of people from other countries. But even now, I think it's more compared to before. That's why some people have never had exposure to so many people, and they are trying to also find themselves as a country, as a young country of 27 years, in terms of democracy and free movement and free trade and all those things. So they are also trying to find themselves, especially the locals. They're trying to find themselves, and then they are also trying to figure out who's who, all those things. So it's a big topic, and it's a bit complex, and I will not just want to just put it in a easy way to just say no, it's like this. But I think we will have a show specifically where we can delve much deeper into it, because if like, for example, as I said, South Africa, if it can get it right in terms of how to make people live together from different diversity, different languages, different races and whatnot, if it can get it right, it will be a great model for other countries as they are also developing, their economies are growing and opening up, that when they'll face more people coming into their nation, people will not have so many shocks. And if you look at America, it's easy to integrate because it's built on immigrant. It's just a nation that was just built by people from everywhere, and it's all still sustained by people from other nations who are highly educated, who also moved there to contribute to the same system that was built by people from everywhere. So unlike here in Africa, where people we still more, the problem is the territorial mindset of sometimes in Africa that is utilized, where we also place ourselves in terms of this is our region, we speak, we are this tribe, we control most of, we are the majority in this region or in this state or province. So those are the things that really sometimes causes frictions amongst Africans to learn from each other and integrate, because people want to hold on to their so-called corners and interest, and then when they see somebody that they are not sure of, they easily put that wall to say no, you can't cross here, this is ours, this is ours. I think partly even xenophobia to a certain extent, it comes from such certain ignorances like that, where people they want to put boundaries and and walls to say we are this is our place, you don't just come here and do whatever, while and it's easy to demonize somebody that you don't know, if you don't know their intentions, and you have fears about maybe losing your own things that you've already built. So I think it's gonna be a great thing and a great learning experience for many Africans, because today this thing, it might start like what is called xenophobia, and sometimes for so many South Africans, they don't believe that it's xenophobia per se, because you find that it's happening in a small in few places, but then the way the news also shows it shows as if the whole country is burning, every foreigner is being killed and all those things, and you'll be shocked that it's just few places that is happening, but now because the news have to keep on putting the numbers and this and the people watching, they will probably be focusing on that, and people who are not in South Africa, who have never been to South Africa, or who doesn't even sometimes interact with a lot of locals, they will believe the story so much and just think it is the truth. The media says this, CNN says this, Al Jazeera says this, it's like that, you know and once people I've seen a lot of backlash about other fellow Africans feeling that South Africa is acting like it's better, we've helped them, things like that, but it's more complex than that. That's why I want us to create time that we can really talk about that issue openly, because it's issues that I love to talk about, and I'll call more people that can also contribute to that topic, and
Yeah.
again, I think we also learning what I said about the one African nation. When you ask what after the unity, what things like this, where we can learn about the cultural exchanges, to know like how, for example, Prof. Ezra, speaking to Mika the other day, I was that when we get, for example, to Ethiopia, like when we have maybe Professor Kuru with us on the when he reaches us, when we meet him that side, it's gonna be interesting because there's things that we need to learn about Ethiopia. We cannot just behave like I cannot behave the way I behave when I'm home, and Mika cannot behave the same way as he's in Tanzania, because there's things that might be a shock to the people and it might be a shock for us. So those are the things when you come to any country, that to adjust and know the things, where to go and what not to do. Sometimes those are the things that I think sometimes there's causes frictions with people when they come to other nations, where people feel that we live like this and you are coming with this way, and but it's interesting that we need to learn more about how we live in every different country, and how we relate to each other, and how do we allow visitors when you come to my house, how do we do things in my house. Like you said, Prof. Ezra, that in Ethiopia it's a big norm to take out your head when you come into the house, and to other nations, to other tribes or other nations, it's not a norm. It might be like wearing my cap, wearing my beanie, like my brother there, wearing a beanie.
Welcome, my brother
It's
there.
a
I
norm,
like
and
Thank you.
I was
Thank
just
you.
thinking. I was just
Malik,
thinking
for
that
example.
exactly. I was thinking that
In South Africa, it's a norm like when I see him,
it is a norm.
I just
I
think
know
he's
it's a
like a
norm.
South African guy. Like It's enough to wear a beanie in the house, wear a cap, wear a bucket cap. There's so many bucket hats and stuff. So it's a norm.
I'm not South African, but yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. That's why
I
I'm
know what
saying
you
things
mean. I
like
know
that.
what you mean.
Like when you go to different countries, like now, if you let's say you go into a more traditional Ethiopian home, maybe in the village, and you coming with your hair just trying to walk in the summer house, the people might look at you funny, like this guy from whatever nation is disrespectful. They might take
Yeah,
offense, and you
yeah,
do it unintentionally, and you didn't bring harm, but then other people got offended. But let's welcome our
yeah,
brother Malik. How are you, brother?
Thank you, my man. Thank you so much.
yeah,
I'm doing good. I've been watching you guys. I love the channel. I love the Swahili Nation. To be
yeah.
honest, I always pray for Africa. Yeah, I always pray for all Africans. And when I pray for Africa, I don't mean like I pray for just Africa as a continent. I pray for the diaspora. That includes
Yes.
Jamaicans and all Caribbeans. That includes African Americans, for the unity to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
and your channel is one of the signs that I see of how Africa is coming together. Yeah, and of course there is still xenophobia. There is still um, that kind of otherness of
Mm-hmm.
Africans within other countries within
Mm.
Africa. But I believe that slowly, I like to look at things like positively here. I believe that slowly things are coming together, and especially how, obviously, including you guys, how all Africans are standing up uh, in support of Ethiopia. To me, that's like, oh my God, this is actually
Mm-hmm.
really, really good. Yeah.
Yes.
Um, I just came in, but I just wanted to first say, guys, keep doing the great work. Thank you so much. I'm from Rwanda. I was born in Rwanda, but at the moment I'm
Oh,
living outside Rwanda. But obviously, wherever I am, wherever every other African is, we should always, always see the best future for Africa. That's what I wanted
absolutely.
to say.
Amen to that. Amen to
Thank
that.
you.
This platform is so easy. Let me give you this is an easy platform. You know why? Because we are inherently connected.
Hmm.
We just
Hmm.
tapping into it. We just vibrate into that inherent connection. We're seeking to inherit. Of course, there are clutters in there, clutters that are a result of history and experience, and, distances and time and distance, if I may say, use the theory of relativity here. But the point is, like, if we lean on that essential Africanness, we will find the easy way to accommodate and embrace the vastness of our population, the vastness of our experience, the vastness of our history and aspiration, all of that. There's enough to accommodate. I think that's the reason why Africa is so diverse, because it's in its nature to accommodate that. And of course, when I say clutters, that kind of cloud the the link between that essential and now, that those clutters do exist. That means bad experience, history, and then they disconnect with those things. But we can easily reconnect to that. And how do we reconnect to that? I am of the view that at this level we have to start from the grassroots level. That's how we empower the institutions that we establish. Our institutions are weak because the grassroots connection is weak. So how do we go? What is the workaround? Is first to talk, to hear, to listen, to embrace in whatever form people come in here. And I think thank you so much. We appreciate you for coming here and sharing
Thank you,
that.
guys.
And thank you.
And brother Malik, before you leave,
Yeah.
you are coming from one of the nations that is shining the light in Africa, and I must really thank Rwanda for standing with Ethiopia and other African nations, and as you said, even the diaspora, everyone like who was out there, and Rwanda is a great nation as well that
The
has been
Switzerland of Africa.
The Singapore, or they want to be
No,
the
but
Switzerlands now. Are they
You know,
changing now?
I'll tell you something. Yeah,
Singapore is
Yeah.
a little bit more
Rwanda.
oppressive. Singapore for me.
Hmm?
Singapore is a little bit more oppressive for me. That's why I call it Switzerland.
The Switzerland.
Okay,
Singapore is.
so Rwanda. the same thing that Ethiopia has been fighting, which is the media. Yeah, Ethiopia has been fighting the war against the media, the Western, perspective on Africa. Rwanda has been fighting that as well. Yeah. But one thing I know about Rwanda, me being from Rwanda, me having experienced being a survivor of the genocide, Rwandans are, to me, an example for all Africans and for all African diasporas across the world on how to go from nothing to something. And again, we're not, as Rwanda. I don't really want someone to say, "Oh, we like you, we like you, we like you." We're gonna have so many haters. Ethiopia is gonna have so many haters. Africa, as Africa rises to the top, Africa is gonna have so many haters. But one thing that we have to fight for is the respect. Yeah. One thing that we have to fight for is the seat on the table, or we create our own table. To have that say, that word. Rwanda is an example. I'm not saying this because I'm from Rwanda. I'm not saying this because I love Rwanda. I'm saying this because even though the Western countries still try to undermine the work that Rwanda and the leaders of Rwanda have done, they cannot deny the results, right? Yeah. They cannot. A few days ago, I was commenting on this woman, a Western media personality, showing the tweet was about how Africa is the future of urban cities and Africans and everything, and the images they chose to show the future of Africa is those poverty, representations of Africa, kids with the flies or the faces. We know what we're talking about. The poor neighborhoods, the slums and everything. And then I asked her, you are talking about the future of Africa being the future mega cities and everything. But in your pictures, you're showing stuff like this. And the person doing it, if she's actually been to Africa, she was staying in one of the best hotels. But they're not going to show those nice cities in Kenya. They're not going to show Dar es Salaam, the beautiful cities of Africa. They're not going to show Abidjan. They're not going to show Cairo and the beautiful city. They're not going to show Banana City in Nigeria, if that's the name. They're not going to show Addis Ababa in the best way. They're not going to show Kigali. They will show the slums and then go say to the Western people, "Oh, this is Africa." So Rwanda is an example of how to fight and get to the top from being nothing, because we never thought we was going to come back. But somehow I thank God that God has blessed us with one great leader. And I believe he might be the first one, but he's not the last one. There's so many other leaders. There's Abiy in Ethiopia. There is in Ghana. There's so many leaders coming to change the image of Africa. And I believe in this in my whole heart. Anyone who is watching us, any African who is watching us, we have to change our mentality. We have to close your eyes and see Africa being the new civilized world. Basically, we have to take this as a renaissance for Africa. There is a British guy who was saying that the Western media, the mainstream media, is dying. The new mainstream media is people like Swahili Nation. The new mainstream media is, small channels that we're not recognizing. But those small channels have more viewers than CNN. They have more viewers than BBC. So you guys don't underestimate yourselves. Don't underestimate yourselves. The world is watching, and the revolution is coming. You understand?
The revolution is not televised, but it's happening.
Exactly.
Malik, before I'm sure Abdul will have something to say to you. Is an incredible friend of ours from the Gambia. He's in the US. But I was in Rwanda. You know what I did in Rwanda? So when I was in Rwanda, you had all this hype. You think it's hype, right? From an outsider. So I was impressed every step of the way. So we were stationed. So there was a conference. But me being Ezra and curious, I wanted to confirm everything. So every night after conference, I would just venture out of the hotel walk into these neighborhoods, not on this main, like the main. What is the back road? What is the neighborhood like? Even when it's not necessarily fully paved, but what is it like? So the clean Rwanda you're talking about, the clean Rwanda people talk about, the substance of it. I mean, I was so blown by what I found, and it substantiated my initial kind of like impression. And every angle, every day, I think I was there for about 5 days, and every day I would take a different route, and then the hotel people were like, "Are you sure you want to go out?" Because I was, of course, language, but I don't care. And it was usually a little bit dark in the afternoon, like around 5 or something. I was blown by Rwanda. I was blown, but the calmness and the collectiveness of the people is the thing that even blew me more. It's not just anything, but the calmness and the collectiveness. That is even higher than the material things. The material is there, but the material is a manifestation of the personality and the characters of the people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, see, one thing I love is how people are embracing Rwanda. African Americans, Ghanaians, Tanzanians, Kenyans coming to Rwanda, to Kigali. I love it. You know why?
Yes.
Because even though maybe now it's Rwanda, very soon, people will start moving to Tanzania. And very soon, I sometimes tell people, in the near future, we won't have people like, Kikuyu, Amhara, this, not as tribes. We'll have some kid from a father who is Amhara with a mother who is Kikuyu, And to me, that's the future of Africa, And those children are not gonna have that tribalism in their minds, Those children are not gonna have the tribalism in their minds. Those children are going to respect each other and see each other as fellow Africans. If I have a mother who is Yoruba and my father is a Tuareg person, how am I going to have tribalism? So that's the Africa that I'm seeing, and I hope everyone is seeing it, to be honest.
Yes.
Abdul, I think you wanted to say something. You wanted to add something?
Yes. I had a question for the brother, but also what I wanted to touch on briefly was the idea of comparison. Just because the West is saying cities needs to have long sky scrapers with lights, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to imitate the same thing. I think Professor Ezra was talking about the idea of paradigm shift and looking outside of the box. If we're going to show Africa, yes, it has to be clean and tidy and everything else, but showing skyscrapers and all these things, I don't necessarily think that's the ideal way of us also following them and showing that we also are just like them. I think we have so much more that are civilized than just because most of these buildings here in the United States, they're all vacant spaces up there. You'll see the nice building with lights, but they're just there. If it's not, if it doesn't make sense for us Africans to have, skies, if you come from a country of 2 million people, why would you want to have a bunch of skyscrapers up there? It doesn't make sense to me. That's one. But what I wanted to ask the brother is, Paul Kagame, your president, came in to power, I believe in 94. Correct me if I'm mistaken.
No, I think it's somewhere in 2002 or 2001, if I
2001.
not mistaken.
Okay, so he's been in. Okay, the reason why I'm mentioning that is your president seems to figure out exactly, what it takes to run Rwanda. I think we should give him credit for that. He is. He seems to figure out the solution in running.
Yeah.
So, because what gets us, for the most part, especially colonized people, or people that are not Western, we seems to emulate the West because they're after Paul Kagame because of term limits issues. You've been in power too long. But Rwandans are not.
Yeah.
They're just grateful that he's there, and that's another Africans. Because are we going to continue to keep following what Western countries, perceive to be democracies? Electoral democracy, or having this term limits in office. It's a new phenomenon, even here in the U.S. Now you're a judge, if you the judiciary system, because they have three, it's still a lifetime position. You just, they elect, they appoint you, and you become a judge for life in the Supreme Court. Okay, Joe Biden, who's the president now, he's been a senator for almost 20 or 30 years. I believe he came in 1982 or 81.
I think it's almost 50 years.
Almost
Total.
50.
He's
No, they don't have a term limit.
he's
As long as you,
total.
yes, as long as you win every 5 to 7 years, I believe, you can be a senator or a congressperson. They don't have a term limit in the legislative. Now with the executive, term limits came after, I believe it was 1945, after World War II, when
After Roosevelt.
Yes,
he had 4 terms.
He had 4 terms, and they changed it. They say, you know what? Let's just change the executive and make it term limits. And now we all want to follow that. So I think we need to come up with ideas that are realistic for us. And the idea of Paul Kagame being in power, no one complains. The people are not complaining, at least majority of them. So this becomes a challenge for us Africans also to really look into these things and try to figure out, what works for us as Africans instead of emulating, Westerners if we're trying to decolonize the mind.
Yeah.
Abdul, before you answer Malik, I just wanted to say something. What you said about the terms of power in office, I think the issue with I think it also divides the nation about 2 terms or whatever terms, as long as people still need you. I think we've seen good cases, but it's like most of them, they never end well. The longer you stay, the longer it becomes hard for you going forward, because we have many leaders that started well, but as they age, it's like everything aged, it started going down. So sometimes I believe, okay, I'm the firm believer in leadership, in not relying on one man to do the job or somebody forever. I believe in grooming leaders and grooming a lot of people in your nation. The stronger you have a lot of people coming in your political, economical, the better. In Africa, one of the issues or challenges that we are facing is also the age part, whereby even in business, it's a lot of older people than younger people. And younger people are sometimes frustrated to say, we're trying to get into these places, but it seems like the old guard is like getting all their interest, and no one enters unless if you are groomed to have some form of power or some form of business in Africa. So I believe that sometimes we need to have every African country should have leaders that can always take over, because we cannot. It's just like the worst case scenario. God forbid something happens to the president, for example, he cannot do his duties anymore. You don't want to leave a country with a political vacuum or a leadership vacuum where people are trying to figure out things because somebody knew everything. He was running the show, and then now everyone has to now find out a way to solve the matters. But anyway, sorry about that, Malik. Before I divert,
Can you
you can answer that, and
pass it
then
on? Can you introduce the new person that just came in? I don't know the name.
Yeah,
Because
it's
I'm expecting somebody.
Africa year 2021 vision. I think
Okay.
I'll go to him after
Okay.
Malik answers the question.
Okay.
Africa year 2021. I'll unmute you once Malik answers the question from Abdul.
Yeah, thank you, Abdul. I'll answer the question this way. First example I'll give you is, let's look at Russia. President Putin became the president in 2000, right? Literally in 2000, I think on the New Year's Eve, that's when he became the president. Now, the man has been leading Russia for all these years, yeah? Now, the Western countries, sometimes they put some pressure on him, but it's not as they do to African leaders, as they do to what they call the third world country leaders, right? Putin has been doing whatever he's been doing to his country. I'm not going to comment to Russia, but he's been a president since that time. Now, I remember when I reached the age to vote in my country, I couldn't wait to go and vote for Paul Kagame, for President Paul Kagame. Why? Because me being a teenager, I had already seen the things that he had already done to the country. I had already seen how the country is being respected, how people are talking good about the country. So I was like, I want more of this, right? I want more of this. So I went and voted. No one pushed me. No one said you have to wake up and go to vote for President Paul Kagame. Otherwise, this or that will happen. No, no one pushed me, and no one pushed my family. Yeah, we went and we voted for the man because we knew the man is capable of doing whatever he's doing. Now, when the Western countries are complaining about him being in the power or for many years, they forget that they're talking about a country that just came from a, 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Yeah, they forget that they're not talking about a country that has been here, that has been democratic for 600 years, for 100 years. No, it's a country that just came out of a dark era. Yeah, and they're trying to compare the country and the leadership to the Western countries' leadership, and all these people complaining when the genocide against the Tutsis was happening, they were all quiet, right? They were all quiet.
They were
and
part of it, some of them.
Some of them, yes, of course. And as soon, I didn't want to say that, but as soon as things
You
got
don't have to be
better,
politically correct here. It's
of
okay.
course, thank you so much.
It's a free media.
So some of them were part of it. Some of them actually financed it. Yeah. And as soon as things got better, thanks to the people who used to be refugees. By the way, Paul Kagame himself, I think he was a refugee for 30 years before he got in his own country. Yeah, he went through poverty. He went through everything a refugee goes through. A refugee goes through. Now they are complaining that a man who used to be a refugee is running his country correctly, but for a long term. What kind of mentality is that? We're talking about Westerners who are the main thinkers, who are the superior thinkers, as they like to view themselves, but they're complaining that someone is doing something good for our country for a long time. So that's why I say, personally, as someone was saying, I don't remember who was saying it, we should define ourselves the way we want to lead ourselves. We should not compare ourselves to the West as if they are the models. No, not everything is right in the West. Black people are still dying on the streets in the West. You know, there is still racism. There's still so many things happening against African people, against Black people, but apparently they are the most human rights examples of the world. No, and they look to the rest of the world as the human rights abusers. Black people are dying in the streets. Black people are being incarcerated for no reason. Look at the time when Biden was in the parliament, what he was doing to Black people. Look at the words that he was associating himself with the KKK. It's out there. It's known, right? Now,
support for apartheid.
Exactly. So we should define our own version of what is democracy. We should define our own version of what is leadership. If we have, and I'm sure when the time comes, because I'm sure President Paul Kagame is not going to be the leader of Rwanda forever. I'm sure when the time comes, there will be a suitable, ready person to lead Rwanda to even better things. And that person might be a man, that person might be a woman. And the funny thing is, Africa has had more women leaders, presidents, than America. We're still waiting for number one women president in America. But Africa has had presidents. Ethiopia has a female president. Liberia had a female president. Tanzania has a female president. Can you see that? You know? But they're still teaching us how to be inclusive and all this and all that. No,
nobody's listening to that anymore. Nobody's listening to that. I think before we go to I just wanted to just give you a little bit of a branch. So when I was in Rwanda, I was with one of my students, and she comes from a place called Borana in Ethiopia, an incredible place, Borana. She's one of my favorite students. The other day I had a 3 hours conversation with her. She's in Germany right now. and she was telling me about her experience in Rwanda. And then when she went back, and then it's like she felt like, oh, this feels at home. I feel like I'm connected to this land and to the people and their culture. It feels so related to the Borana culture. By the way, the Borana culture have this democratic system called the Geda system, which starts from the age 8 and all the way to the highest leadership position. And it transitions every 8 years and has all sort of rules on how you treat animals and how you treat nature. It's like, who is number one? So she, one day I hope she comes in and illustrates on that. But when we talk about context, localization, it matters. Like we have, I've read in the book the Leopold's Ghost, King Leopold's Ghost about the Congo, and in that book it details out the atrocities that they committed. There was a secretive kingdom inside the equatorial forest that ran a democratic 3-branch system that was ancient and kept itself secret, hoping that some people don't come and attack it. But it took them 10 years for this King Leopold's minions to find it. But when they found it, they destroyed it. They destroyed it, literally destroyed it, killed everybody, destroyed the entire system that has been there for thousands of years. So so I don't buy this notion that we define based on, I'm not going to even argue back based on them. You go to Malaysia, you had leaders that have lasted for 20 years. I mean, everywhere you go, there are people. Look at Merkel in Germany. How many years has she been running that country? Look at Turkey. How many? So it's like they're putting a strap on you and asking you to walk around. That strap that you put on Mad Men? You put a strap on you and then they're asking you to feed yourself. So that argument is a dead end for me, and I'm not going to answer to them. In fact, I'm not going to answer to people who were responsible for killing 70 million people, for the death of 70 million people in the Second World War. No African area is responsible. I'm not going to answer to people who could wipe out the planet within an hour and a half with their nuclear arsenal. They're not responsible. They're not competent. They are lazy bunch. I'm not going to account for their materialism. That's why I say paradigm shift, because Africa is not going to come in and repeat their exploitation and subjugation of other people. We're going to liberate the world. Not just, first, of course, we have to liberate ourselves. That's an important practical thing. But ultimately, we're going to liberate the world from this materialism, from this narrow subjugation of not just others, also themselves. They subjugate themselves all the time. They're in their narrow, of course, there's a lot of great things that they have achieved. It's not to deny those things. But I'm thinking about the bigger and the larger picture. Anyways, I took way longer than I wanted to take, and branching out a little bit from Malik because it was such a poignant point that he made.
Okay. I just want to welcome our professor. Professor Kuri is in the house. Professor Kuri, I'm gonna go for you just after Africa Year 21. We'll go. You'll go just after Africa 2020. Oh, just went out.
Yeah,
okay, Professor Kuru.
He's still there.
Oh,
no,
Africa. He's still here. Oh, Africa Year 2021.
Abdul left. Yeah.
Oh, Abdul. Okay, Africa Year 2021. Welcome. Africa Year 2021. Can you hear us?
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I thank all of you guys for providing or coming up with this platform.
Welcome, welcome, Africa to you.
Thank you. I've been watching this for a long time.
Before you go too far, sorry, Ezra, can you send me the link to join? Somebody is asking me to join on Twitter, my Nigerian friend that we want to bring an ally, and I want to share that. Just send it to me privately, and then I'll share it.
Okay, I've also just shared on the public platform as well. For those who want to join us as well, feel free to join.
Okay, I'll just copy paste that. Okay.
Yeah, Africa Year 2021. What's the vision there?
You made a mistake on the years. That's 21-21.
21-21. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we won't be there, but we can leave a vision at least.
Yeah.
100-year vision.
Because if 100 years ago, had they left us a vision, similar or better, we would have been way out of the tribal conflicts and the sellout and being sold, all those things. But I do have a very radical vision towards those from the northern part of the planet, very extreme. And the entire continent of Africa, until 700 years ago, was doing relatively excellent by comparison with the rest of the world. But ever since their second arrival, the first one being a Roman one, we began the downhill, and we never stopped ever since. And now we are at the point where we are being colonized by their way of thinking. We have received their educational system, their curriculum, and all these things are engineered to make us think or to make us function as servants of their interest. But what we need to know is the most important thing for all Africans, regardless of what part of Africa we are in, is that we need to go back, like Pixley Kaisake Asemi wrote in 1906, the regeneration of Africa, the resurrection of Africa, our own history. If we went back 5,000 years and each and every young child in Africa learned our own past, we would have a better future than the one we have now. Because right now we're trying to replicate, imitate the path they went. They did burn the planet literally, and if we follow them, we may not even have the chance to burn it again. And the only language that describes the Western world, and according to their deeds, is that the devil, because the devil, as we all know, is a spiritual form. You can't see it, touch it, or feel it, anything. But if you look at the deeds of the devil would have bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The devil would have reduced a human being to a 3/5, less than an animal. The devil would have done anything these people did. And we still, Plessy versus Ferguson, Dred Scott, Brown versus Board of Education, this is not our intellectuals, this is not our best minds who put these things into a legal precedent. These are the things, these are the people we are fighting. And we think that if we only explain it to them, we tried for 700 years. We ended up below a human being, below an animal. And they never change. They still have not changed. I doubt if they ever change in the next century or two, because the path they came guarantees them comfort and a better position against the rest of the world. Why would they leave that path? They only get better at it. They only deceive us more and more. The intervention, you see United States, China, Russia, everyone's coming to Africa. It's not to rescue us. It's to improve their position. As long as they keep us asleep, sleepwalking, and dreaming that they are the first world and we are the third, we began the planet. Civilization started in Africa. How are we the third nation? When history teaches everyone, we are the first nation, the first people on earth. But we call ourselves third world. So it's a matter of history and knowing the enemy for what it is. And this can only be done by education, because they did colonize us by education. And when they first came, they always came to help us, to trade with us, to show us the way of God. And then, being the peoples of God, we always accepted anyone who shows us to heaven, because we do not have that evil in our heart. But they hide the sword behind. They give us the Bible, they give us anything, and then the rest is history. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'll try to gather my thoughts and thinking and ideas, try to present if I can every now and then. I appreciate all you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us, and keep
Thank
joining.
you.
Whenever we have live programs, feel free to connect with us and put your thoughts and whatever you feel that you want to share. Feel free. This is a great platform to be in. And I just want to welcome quickly our sister. Is it our sister here? Brooke
Thank you.
Tawit. I don't
Yes,
know if I'm pronouncing it properly,
you,
Prof. Ezra.
you did good.
I just want
Yes, Brooktight, that's perfect. Like that's why you're like South Africans can pronounce names.
to, before I go to
We
my
have it.
sister there, can we
Yeah.
go to Prof. Kuru? Prof. Kuru, can you maybe join us and let's hear your thoughts today?
What up, guys?
What
Hello.
Hey,
up, bro?
bro.
How are you guys?
Oh,
Yeah,
good,
it's been
bro.
a long
Good,
time,
good,
right?
good, good. Yeah, we see you on the comment section. I see your comments on the comment
Yeah.
section. You're busy there.
He's a warrior in the background.
Yeah.
Fighting.
Yeah. So being busy with
Yeah.
work and stuff like that, right? So how are you guys? And it's really great to see people from Rwanda, right?
Yes.
That's good. I mean, we need to have more of an African, conversation. That's very commendable. I just want to say, I just first of all, I just want to say that I'm really proud, like the demonstration that happened in the U.S. I'm really proud because we actually all people from Jamaica, people from other countries, right, like Latin American countries, people from Mexico. I mean, different people really joined this movement. So I'm really want to say thank you, for raising your voice and speaking up, right? Because this is the time. This is the time that like uh, we should be united. We should be united to create a better Africa. So this is the time. So I'm sure that everybody is really the young people, especially women and young people, are really part of this movement, and I'm really proud of that too, because most of the time these people are really left out for some reason. So that's the first thing I really want to say, and the second thing is, uh, yeah, I mean, this is we, we I mean, this is not gonna stop, guys. This the retaliation that comes from the West is not gonna stop unless we unite. I mean, that's the only option that we have right now. So we should be aware of that. This is the resistance is not going to stop. So let's keep that in mind, and let's keep on this momentum, right? So we started this we started this movement. We have to keep this momentum going, because if, you can take an example of the Black Lives Matter, right? So what happened to the Black Lives Matter? What happened to that movement?
Mm.
You know, it reaches to some point, and then it reaches it, right? So I mean, the same thing can happen if we if we stop this movement also, right? The same thing will happen. So okay, so I'm sure this war is going to stop in Ethiopia. Currently, I mean, I'm sure it's going to stop at some point, right? Then what happened next? So all this, that the Pan-African movement, is going to stop. What happened next? So yeah, you should keep this in mind. So I mean, that's just the point that I really want to make, and I just want to say thank you for all the participants in this forum. So that's just all I want to say, guys.
Professor
Really
Kuru is a vanguard of this platform, by the way. He
Thank you,
yeah.
is
Prof
Professor.
a
Kuru,
silent warrior. But
we missed you, Prof. We really missed you.
Yeah,
You and
man.
Nettie, at least Nettie embraced us with her voice as well today. But we missed you as well, Prof. Kuru. It's always nice
So-
hearing your input and your
yeah,
wisdom.
same here because I'm sure you're gonna come, right, Ezra, to Ethiopia?
Yeah. I'm coming.
that's
Hey,
part of the
so
plan. It's a team.
Dorot is on the way, man, on arrival, man. I told Mika.
Which part of which part of the Dorot are you gonna give to who?
Uh, what are you talking
Farasanya,
about? What are you talking
Thai.
about? Huh?
Hey, we are lost, eh? Some of us are lost now.
There's
I'm
gonna
sure
be a buffet.
Malik is like, what are these guys talking about? I'm almost as lost as you, Malik.
I just want to listen.
Yeah.
Ezra,
No, it's not
I'm gonna
inside
be
Yeah.
preparing
jokes
a
a little bit, by
buffet.
the way.
Buffet.
Buffet. Oh
Oh,
my
okay.
God.
Yeah, man.
This is the Ethiopian welcome, right?
Yeah,
How you gonna?
Can I
definitely.
I'm gonna come hungry.
share with you?
And-
Can I share with you guys some anecdotal information
yeah,
about
sure.
Ethiopia? Like, for those of you who don't know Ethiopia, and it gives you an idea of who Ethiopians are. And I think there's a conversation, an interview the New York Times journalist had with Emperor Haile Selassie when he's visited in 1963. Do you guys want to hear that?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. So he asked him, what is Ethiopian? What is Ethiopia Winnet? And he said, and so he said it. So it's translated, by the way. Emperor spoke, I think, multiple languages, but he officially spoke in Amharic. So, but the English version of what he said, the Ethiopian net is pride and humility. Can be described as pride and humility. And so it's important for those visiting Ethiopia to understand this. So pride and humility. So and journalists were like, don't those two things contradict? Like, how can you be prideful and humble at the same time? And he said that's why you have to be an Ethiopian to actually explain it. And he explained, okay, and let me give you an example. You go to a poor farmer in the rural Ethiopia, and you are a visitor. The host will leave their bed for you, will sleep on the floor, will leave the house for you, sit outside, will give you all the food that they could have, okay? And that is the humility part of Ethiopia. But if you, as a guest, turn around, steal his wife, burn down his home, and take away his land, then the pride turns. It will turn on into pride, and it will decimate you from the face of the planet. So, contradiction. Ethiopia is about those contradicting qualities. Just wanted to share that with you, since Kuru gave you that. So when you go, Kuru is gonna be leaving his bed for you. Everything that he has, he's gonna
Wait
dump
for
on
the
you.
insemination, man.
But don't take away his land. Don't take away his land, his wife, and children's.
Now we won't touch any of that stuff, you know. But
Hopefully,
I'm
I just wanted to give you a little bit of light notes on Ethiopia. Thank you for listening to me.
yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Kuru and Prof. Ezra. Let's allow the lady, the only lady in the chat at the moment, Brooke Tanwit. Are you there?
It's but you can call me Brooke. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't want to butcher your name and, you know.
You're fine. Hi, everybody.
Hello,
Hey,
hello.
hi, Brooke.
How are you all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good.
Good,
Welcome,
good.
sister. Welcome, sister.
Thank you. This show is male dominated, so I just want to spice it up with female.
Absolutely.
So,
Please, more. If you can't call your the aunties, the sisters, the cousins, you know, you must call, you must invite. Brooke.
absolutely. I'm trying to.
A lot of bachelors here, so
Yeah, like
but
Malik,
not
you
some
know,
of them.
Malik is a bachelor, you know.
How did you know? How did you know?
He could tell.
Oh my god.
Somebody who's not a bachelor could tell.
Well,
Somebody
now
who's a
everyone
bachelor.
knows.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanna add up on my brother from Rwanda. I don't know your name.
Yes, ma'am.
What
My name is Malik. My name is
Malik?
Malik.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, he was talking about American history. So I just wanted to add on that a little bit because if you don't know who you're dealing with, and you really don't know how to fight. Um, so who are these people? Like, what the history tell us, and we have to know that, so that we know who we're dealing with, who we're fighting, with. So he
Exactly.
was just, talking about American version of democracy, or American version of um, freedom, or whatever. Uh, it's just crazy. I live in US. I live in America, but sometimes you see that democracy or the freedom is for certain people. It doesn't work for everybody. So it feels like it has like double standard. Like he say, it's still black people are dying. It's still they're getting humiliated, and at least every week we have 2 3 people get shot, and so we're dealing with those people. And what are they trying to bring in Africa if they don't really fix their own? uh,
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
if you study the history, it's just so upsetting sometimes, because what they tell you, the history that tells you, it's just.
Sister, can I
Yes,
stop
go
you
ahead.
for just a
Yeah,
minute? Just a
go ahead.
second.
No problem.
Just do administrative stuff. Sorry to break your train of
Yeah,
thought.
no problem.
Kuru or Ezra, if you can block some of the vile
Oh,
people
the mic.
that come. No, block. In the chat room. And I don't have the ability to block. I wish I could. Like usually, I have Kuru or Ezra. If you can block some of these vile people in the chat room, or to make sure that they don't pollute our space. Just wanted to say that. Sorry about that.
Mm. If I can just interject, the family, like, there's things that we have all the freedom to say whatever we want, but there's also things that we can also be blocked if we are using hate speech and all those things. Let's try to voice our voices, our opinions, and our solutions, our contributions, in a constructive way. No hate speech, none of those things, because also we are in a big public platforms, so take note of that. Sometimes when you comment, if it's anything that will have hate speech in it, those can be a problem for the channel. Okay,
Uh,
sorry sister, you can Brooke, you can
I
continue.
think these people are not really here to share an idea or anything. They're just here to distract us. So they don't deserve to be here. We're here for unity, love, and move on. With the one Africa. So yeah, don't even give them attention. They don't deserve our time. So I just want to continue what I was saying. So when you go to school here in America, the history you learn is like so amazing. White people, what they did, how they built this country. Oh my God, it's just so amazing. You will like fall in love with them. But when you go to African American Museum, what you see is so different. What you see is let me talk about Lincoln. Lincoln is famous of freeing black people, but they don't talk about Lincoln actually compensating the white people for the loss of their property, which is black people. They were compensated like millions of dollars because they lost their property, which is their slaves. They don't talk about that. They talk about, oh, Lincoln free black people. But the black people, they don't know what it means being free, because they've been slaves for years and years. And they told them, oh, you're free now. And they don't know what they do. They don't have, they don't get paid when they work. They don't have a house to stay. They have nothing, nothing. And they're free on the streets because they don't have their own house. They don't own anything. And all of a sudden they were free and they don't know what to do with their life. It was just so very sad time for them. But in the and at the same time, millions of dollars in compensation. They don't tell you that. They talk about what's his name, the first president, George Washington. They talk about he has wooden teeth. He doesn't have his own teeth, so they used to make denture from wood for him. But when you go to African American museum, what you see is he used to take out the black slave teeth and make a denture. Can you believe that? These are the people want to come to Africa and make peace in Africa, create peace in Africa. You know, the guy, the Andrew Jackson, who's on $20, he had a runaway slave. I'll send you the pictures actually. He had one time he had a runaway slave, and he actually put on the journal saying that if you find him, I'm gonna pay this much money, but if you like beat him to death, I'll pay more. That guy is on $20 right now as a hero of America.
Is that where the bounty hunter came in? The bounty?
I have no idea, but this professor from I forgot the university, but I'll send you the video. He was teaching about the South losing the Civil War. When they lose the war, but they won the peace. That's what he said. They lost the war, but they won the peace. What does that mean? When they won the peace, they start like building this slave masters statues all over the place, like the hero, like the one in Virginia. They just took it down. I forgot his name. His own grandchild took his statue down because he said, "I'm not proud of it." He was a slave master. He used to sell slaves, so I'm not proud of it. So I want it to be removed. So they removed it. This happened because of George Floyd death. So when you see the history, even here in America, it's not true. Like what they tell you about them, they praise their own, So it's completely different when you study the African American. If you go to African American museum, I mean, you feel like, what the heck, What are we learning, you know? Even our children, as a black children, they don't know the truth. The history they learn in school is different. That's why I really want to educate myself about the history. So this is still today. Imagine Martin Luther King got killed. Nobody knows who killed him until today. And Malcolm X got killed. Nobody knows who killed him until today. And everyone who was sympathizing with them, like John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy got killed. What do you think? Why? They don't want black people to move on, they think if black people become successful, they will pay them off, they will pay, for what they did. That's what's going on here. So as much as we can, we have to teach our kids our history. So now what I don't understand, these people imagine their own history, like just the history tells you don't have to do anything, and they're coming to Africa to do what? 100 million slaves was taken to Africa. Only 30 million of them made it to America. 70 million died on the sea. 70 million. The shark used to follow the ship because of the body that was thrown in the sea. When you see all these atrocities, how can you trust these people to come to Africa and do something good? How? How can we trust them? Where were they successful making peace? Syria, Libya, where? Like, just tell me where so I can trust you. When you apply for a job, they actually ask you what you did before, right? They don't just hire you. When you go to interview, that, oh, tell me your background. What did you do? They want, they ask you your experiences, your history. Based on that, they will hire you. So what is the history of America? Where was America successful at making peace? Iraq, Yemen, Libya, where? Just tell me one, and then I'll trust her to come to Ethiopia making a peace. That's why these people are out. All these people you saw yesterday in No More Movement, all these people are ignored voices. They ignored us. This is like a sea of people in Ethiopia, in America. I mean, how many places where there was protest yesterday? We are ignored. So we shouldn't stop. We should fight. This fire shouldn't stop. We have to fight. I mean, I'm just, maybe this would be a wake-up call for all African people who's trying to please the Western and the America. They should wake up. The African Union is hibernating right now. They're sleeping. When Gaddafi was killed, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even have a say in their own continent. Why are they fighting to have a chair in an observant place in African Union? Do we have one in European Union? Do we? We don't. Israel is fighting to have a place to observe African Union. What do they observe? Why? You understand what I'm saying? We don't even have a freedom to talk about us privately. So where are we free? What is freedom? Freedom is when I can talk about my situation in private. We don't have privacy. Everybody's fighting for a chair in the African Union. And
Brooke,
Yeah, Brooke, time.
yes, go ahead.
can I
Go
disturb
ahead.
you there? There
Yes.
was a comment that was posted.
Yeah.
If you can start from the top, and then we'll go to Prof. Kuru, then Malik. If you guys can answer this question here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see here. From Messi
Yeah.
Tube. Says, I appreciate all of you, but can we talk about what we can do about the future? We already know for centuries how white supremacy is. Time to focus on solution for African people. What is the plan of action for the future? What do you guys think we should be doing as Africa or as Africans?
Should I answer?
Yeah,
First?
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like I said earlier, if you want to deal with your enemy, study his history. Now they're coming in the name of humanitarian or missionary or whatever. But how many people know the truth? How many people know who they are? How many people in Ethiopia have internet access? You know what I'm saying? So this movement or the Swahili nation or whoever has a channel on YouTube, we should unite first ourselves and then create or recruit people wherever we are, like in Nigeria and Ethiopia. Spread the message, tell the history of these people so they know who we're dealing with. The reason why there was so many ethnic fight in Ethiopia, because they have no idea who these people are. They trust them. When the Oromo, they told Oromo, oh, remove Amara from your land, they did it. because they have no idea who these people are. This is how they work. This is what they do. This is their history. But if you tell them in advance, if you educate them about these people, they're not gonna do that. You know. So my hope for the future is to educate people, even in the school, everywhere, like anywhere you can, anywhere you can. We have to, like physically go and, recruit people wherever they are. Try to teach the young people, even the elders, you know, who we're dealing with, and say no to the division. We have to unite. What I was saying last time, if we call unity as a people, if the people unite, their leaders will come along, because they lead us, right? We put them on the power. We can remove them anytime. We have, we the people have a power. So we have to, unite as a people. It doesn't matter wherever in Africa. Yes, Egypt and Ethiopia are not in a good relationship right now, but the people are not. The people can still unite and bring peace. So as a people, we have to unite and educate our people. This is how it starts. If we stay on the internet, on the, so many African people doesn't have access to the internet. So this has to, we have to go further to educate our people.
100.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Brooke,
Yes.
thank you for your comment. Professor Kuru, can we maybe try to shorten something
Yeah,
short for the people? Because the longer we go, sometimes people lose
yeah.
the whole meaning of what you're trying to say. Can you maybe try to box it in 2 minutes with your academic? Yeah,
And maybe
yeah,
less than 2 minutes, maybe, huh? So
yeah.
yeah, guys, I think the most important thing is we don't have to. Of course, like we should learn from history, because everybody knows, like, what, not everybody, but like people are aware what's really going on. So sometimes you don't have to invent the wheels, right? Sometimes you take lessons from other nations. For example, take Korea, right? The Korean government, like the Korean, how the now we're not talking about the South Korea or North Korea. We're talking about the South Korea, right? How they vitalize their economies, right? They don't have like resources, natural resources, stuff like that. But what they do is, like, they have this strategy. They come up with this strategy so that they can add, like, they're like one of the top like five exporters of coffee, but they add value, right? Top exporters of oil, but they don't have any oil, but they add value that way. So, I'm sure Mika will elaborate on this part, but and also technology stuff like that, right? Take example of European Union. What do they have? Common transaction, right? They trade between themselves. It's 60% of the trade happens between themselves, right? When we talk about African Union, it should be practical. Like, okay, let's come together. Of course, let's know each other and let's come together. But at the same time, it's about economic integration. It has to be economic. We have to economically integrate, right? For example, in Ethiopia, every person contributed to build the dam, the Grand Renaissance Dam of Ethiopia, right? Every person contributed. Okay, can we implement the same principle, for example, between Ethiopian, Eritrean, Tanzanian, and Kenya? We have the same resources, but like a common infrastructure, right? Why don't we think of something like that? Why? A common economical, like every person can contribute and come up with some kind of a strategy, right? So unity means without a common vision is nothing. We need to have a common vision. What I mean, how, like, European Union with the vision, like, now I'm sure everybody heard this. They're planning to have their own military alliance, the European Union. Guys, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? Africa? Wake up. Okay? Now we need to think about like the common goal. For example, common military alliance of Africa. Why not? A common economic of African people, economic alliance of African people. Why not? Okay, maybe South Africa has minerals. Maybe some country has this, some country has that. You know, let we should think about this kind of stuff, or else we don't have any chance. I'll tell you guys, no chance at all. No chance at all to compete with them. No chance. You know, everybody has their visions. Everyone, every country, within their own blocks have their own visions. The Chinese have their own visions. You know, the Americans, the Europeans have their own. What is the vision of Africa? What?
True.
Can I say something?
Wow.
Before we,
Okay,
Professor,
yes.
before we, I want you to be the last one to answer this. Can Malik? Can you
Yes,
maybe
sir.
come up, give us what you think we should be doing now, since we know all our issues, and what's the plan of action for Africans? What Africans should be doing now in this day and
Yeah.
age?
All right. So, first of all, thank you to Brooks to give us, a little bit of the history of what's been going on and everything. And it's always good to know where we come from in order to know exactly where we're going. Now, we first have to see ourselves in. We have to have a new vision for Africa, right? And the vision has to be a shared vision. When I say a shared vision, I'm not just saying by Africans within the continent, but also the diaspora, the African Americans, the Caribbeans, the South Americans, in the Black South Americans, the Brazilians, and everything. We have to have that vision of a new and a new and powerful Africa, right? The same way the professor was saying, we have to have the alliances, different alliances, economic, political, military. You see the way, again, going back to my country, the way Rwanda went and helped, Mozambique or Haiti or Central African Republic. We don't have to be limited by just small things like that. We have to go even up. We have to go broad. We have to go big to the point that when we know Ethiopia is going through a problem, or Somalia is going through a problem, or Libya or whatever, we have to know the solution is coming from us before we go outside the continent, right? When we get into a pandemic, we have to know that the vaccines are coming from within Africa, going to Africans within the continent, and probably to Africans outside the continent, because we have to do something that we trust 100%. Because getting vaccines, you see how they disrespect us. You see how they disrespect us. The pandemic was not caused by Africans. The pandemic was not spread by Africans. It was spread through the Western countries and then to Africa. But we are the ones to receive less vaccines, right? And we are the ones to have travel bans and all of those things. This is the disrespect they give to us, because we are still accepting all of those things. But now when we know our power and we know, okay, there is a group of Africans being mistreated in China or in Japan or in the US, all Africa stands together and say, you know what? US, we close all your embassies. China, we close all your embassies until you treat the Africans right. Do you ever see sometimes when there is like someone who is not Jewish, or say something that's considered anti-Semitic? Do you ever see how they straight away they ban the person? They stop everything. They basically, the person becomes anti-Semitic, and everything is stopped for them. we have to believe that we have that power as well. The reason why the Jewish people, and rightfully so, they have that confidence is because they know what they contribute to the world. Africa contribute much more. Without Africa, there is no France. Without Africa, there's no France. So Africans in France should have that confidence of I am an African. If you treat me like this, I have Africans within the continent and in the Caribbean and in South America and in the US to speak for me. And you're gonna see what's gonna happen to you. We have to have that confidence that we are not. We've been reduced to subhuman. Right now we're human. I mean, we've been human since the beginning, but we've been considered subhuman. That we still have that kind of mentality in the subconscious of I was earlier telling someone, look, when a white person goes to Africa, is treated much better than an African within their own country. Why is that? It's because of that complex of inferiority from the African and the complex of superiority towards to the white person. So we have to start unlearning those colonial mentalities, and we have to start, cultivating a new kind of confidence within us, and to believe that the new renaissance, as the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia is, the new renaissance of Africa is happening. Because at some point, Africa was ruling. At some point, Africa was ruling South Europe. When they say the Moors who built Spain and Portugal, some people try to say, oh, it was the Arabs from the Middle East. No, it was the Africans, the black Africans.
True.
Even the reason why they try to undermine it is the same reason why they try to say that there was no black pharaoh. There was no black kings of Egypt. When the Egyptians were black from the beginning, the Afars still have that culture.
Yeah.
Now we have to have that confidence back, the confidence that built civilization, the confidence that gave knowledge to Greece, the confidence that gave knowledge to the Romans, even though they are trying to erase it.
Mm-hmm.
Africa is the youngest continent in the world. Africans have an innate power within them. We have a vital energy that none other has in this world. So we have to start using that. And when I see myself and I see my Nigerian brother, I don't have to think, oh, you're Nigerian and you are Yoruba or Igbo. No, you are my African brother. If I see anything happening to you, I have to step in. If I see anything happening to you and you are Haitian or you are Black American or you are Palenque from Colombia, I have to step in. And when we start doing that, the world is going to start respecting us. But we have to know the future. Anyone who is listening to us, African, Ethiopian, Kenyan, South African, Tanzanian, Black American, or whatever, we Senegalese, the Francophonie, we have to know the future of Africa is bright. And to the people in 21, I know your present, which is our past, our future, is amazing. Africa is rising and no one is going to stop it. And don't expect that the world is going to give up and, sit back and stop harassing us. No, it will never stop. The harassment will never stop. The harassment will never stop. Don't expect that. But we have to be able to fight back. And we cannot always stay in the offense. At this moment, we have to start being defensive as well. America is always on a defense. Is always running to this country, to that country. We have to start doing that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Malik, that's like I could not have put it any better. It's just incredible.
Ezra, I just want to put one point across, right? Because to what Brookside has said, and also to add to what Malik has just said, the question is can we be practical, right? Can we be practical?
Practical, yeah.
Guys, take the Chinese they they the Americans have Amazon, and the Chinese came up with Alibaba, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because of this, the challenge that we faced, because Brooktag has said, they could not let us speak because we're using this platform and stuff like that, the platform, the Twitter, the YouTube and stuff like that. Don't you think like this is the time for us to come up with an African platform?
It is.
Technology?
100%, of course.
It
Of course.
is.
It
It is.
But
Guys.
Kuru, I'm gonna pose a challenge on this one. Have you heard of the term the horse and the cart metaphor?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, sure.
Putting the cart is human nature by its nature, because we tend to put out the cart which we sit on in front of the horse. And I think to me, what Malik is trying to get at, we need to focus on the horse. The horse is the thing that pulls you.
Absolutely.
Attitude, mindset, character, which are things that we don't have yet. If you don't have that, I mean, those are mechanics. I mean, you can always create, innovate, and build stuff, and you can even question. I mean, I know the experience of people who work in Amazon here in the US and how horrible it is to work for Amazon. So there's all sort of issues there. But like, sorry, not to cut you off, but I want you to think about that a little bit, and at least frame it that way for me, so I can understand you.
True, but that's true. I mean, of course, the mentality shift and the mindset and changing your perspective, it comes first. That's no doubt, no doubt. But also, at the same time, when you are faced with this type of challenge, that creates an opportunity for you. Necessity is the mother of invention. Isn't that what it says? Necessity is the mother of invention. So now, you have to create our own platform.
Who's the father then?
Who's the
father?
Desire. Desire.
Who's the uncle? Who's the husband? Who's the dad? Who's the son? Anyways, Kuru, like the reason this is like to me, we need to break through the they say the highest form of motivation comes from within.
Yep.
That within is about who are you, the sense of self. And to me, sometimes from an Ethiopian, it is my experience traveling around Africa, at least being partly in Ghana, is really informed me, is that at least West African perspective, a little bit of it is like my insight is that Africans have lost so much because of the painful colonial experience. And I don't want to go back and beat the dead horse on that one, but the impact of it is something that we need to fight first. We need to get rid of. And Ethiopians have the privilege of not having that experience. And so it's so easy for us to jump. Okay, we figure out, we need to grow, we develop. And then right away, before we know it, we're starting a dam, right? So like, to me, like, in the case of Rwanda, they had to go through painful experience, so painful. Like I was there and I felt the pain talking to people in Rwanda. And I saw like in their eyes, in their heart, in their language, in their words, what that painful 1994 genocide was like. Right. So it's not just in media. So what I mean is like that kind of, like you have to go through, like Africa feels like needs to go through a layer of change that is internal, that's mindset, that's heart, that is spirit, to reclaim what we lost in that space. And then that will be the thing that will fuel all these changes that we're talking about. And these changes that we talk about, sorry, I don't want to go to my points, but I think who has a point to finish before I go.
Totally, because what you're saying totally makes sense. But at the same time, you should be aware of like the time that we're in right now, because you know what? You guys remember from the Bible, there is a guy called Jeremiah, right? So he was fighting at the same time, building at the same time, because time is something that we do not have, right? Things are moving so fast. The technology is moving so fast. So by the time that we're like, okay, so let us just work on our minds and stuff like that. Of course, by the time you're done with that,
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Like, cool. 500, 700 years, we've been in it. So time is on our side, not on their side. time is
You
not
know,
the clock is ticking against that materialistic built
you know,
societies.
there is something I always say. The fear that the colonial masters had was
Language.
when the enslaved takes power. And one thing I know
Yes,
about fear, everything that you fear always comes to pass, always comes to
exactly.
life. So that's why I always tell people, Africans are rising. Africans are rising, but we have to believe that. I already believe that. I don't care when I've experienced racism many times, but I always smile. You know why I smile? Because I know there is there's a tsunami coming, and it's a tsunami of
Mhm.
Africans. And you know why I can? You know the signs that I can see now. Do you guys remember back in the days where Afrobeat was nothing?
Mhm.
That's just entertainment. Afrobeat was
Yes.
nothing. Right now, everyone across the world is listening to Afrobeat. Everyone. It's not just Afrobeat coming. There's so much coming. African culture is a very influential culture. We can see it in America. African Americans are the creators, are the creators of the
Innovators.
culture, the innovators, even though they're not given credit, even though everything they invent is taken away from them, you know? So
Mm.
that is happening as well, you know? That is happening. So all we have, as you said, is we have to change our mindset. We have to change the way we see ourselves, you know? And as soon as we change the way we see ourselves, when we start prophesying, because we're all prophets in one way or
Mhm.
another, because our mouth, our tongue speaks reality that we live. So anyone who is listening to us, and by the way, I speak to you, North Africans, the Arabs. I speak to you because sometimes you guys like to think that you're sometimes African and sometimes are not African. You are African and you're not going nowhere. You know, that's the truth. You are
That's telling the
African
truth.
whether
Exactly.
you like it or not. Because
Yeah.
once you get in the West, the way they look at me is the way they're gonna look at you. Yeah.
You drink our
Even
water.
though you
You
are,
drink our air.
yes, yes, even though you associate yourselves, I have to speak. You guys say that this is there's no need to be politically correct. I have to say this truth.
Yes.
The North Africans, that's Morocco,
Yeah.
Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt. You guys like to associate yourselves more with
Algeria is a
Syria
little bit
and
different, but yes.
he's a little bit different, but I have to say this
Mm.
truth. They like to associate themselves more with Syria and Saudi
With
Middle
Arabs,
East.
Arabia and
Arabia,
the Middle East
Middle East. Yeah.
more than they associate themselves with us. We are all Africans. You know, this continent is not going to be divided just because there's one side that's Arab, that another side that's black African. No, we are in this together. And when we succeed together. If they're able to take over you, they are taking over all Africa. You know, so the
Yes.
same way we are, Africa is behind Ethiopia is because the success of Ethiopia, when Ethiopia prevails, that's all Africa prevailing. You know,
Mhm.
when Ethiopia says no and they overcome, that's all Africa overcoming.
Yeah.
Because the next time Tanzania is in trouble, all Africa is going to go to Tanzania. We're going to make sure everything that's happening in Tanzania, that's putting Tanzania down, is gotten rid of. The next time Senegal is in trouble, we're going to go to Senegal. The next time Mauritania is in trouble, we're going to go to Mauritania. So the Maghreb, if any Maghrebian is listening to me, that's North Africa. We are in this together. Africa is
Mhm.
one Africa, you know, and Africa is the future. Thank you so
Can I
much,
give
guys.
you an anecdotal information?
Mm.
When the Adwa, at the end of the Adwa, by the way, they call it the Battle of Adwa because it happened in one day, but
Hmm.
it was a
Guys,
culmination of wars.
can I
Yeah.
interrupt you
Yes,
guys? I
yes.
think let's not deviate more on a lot of references,
Oh,
because I wanted
yeah. I just wanted to.
your point,
Okay.
Ezra, about how the practical solution of what's the way forward. Because the question
Yeah.
is based on that. They want us to come up with ways, suggestions of how we can unite with the vision going forward.
Yes. Absolutely. Is that's that was at the beginning of our actually conversation. I was
Because
yearning that we always make that connection to that vision, to that
yeah,
outcome, and what we do now has to always be linked to that. It's like you have to be able to navigate between vision and an operationalization of vision. But the reason I brought about the Adwa is not to brag about it, but it's just the way they framed it in the West. Some of the newspapers were saying, "Oh, there must be white people in black skin." They could not have possibly defeated a white army. To me, it's about that was a way of robbing you, and that's what we're talking about. I think that's what Malik is trying to point out. Part of the practicality of what we do, we need to break through this part. The urgency of wanting to match the Chinese and uh, uh, and to match the Americans and the European, that urgency is much more perception than reality. It's much more. It's not as compelling as you think. It's not an energy that will take Africa forward and accelerate and catalyze the kind of transformation that we want. We need to first break the barriers that stand between my vision, my sense of self, and how I'm going to put that to practice. And then the first thing you want to think about is, what do I think about? What do I believe? Who am I? How do I, try to find a way to express that sense of self? What is the full expression of an African being? What is that? So we need to get that really, really like off the table first before we start really trying to figure out and navigating on how we compete. Amazon is not going to exist in 100 years. There was Walmart I was thinking it was going to be another 100 years, but it didn't last them 20 years before Amazon came and take over. And there's another company who, anytime you see these companies, they are already the invention of the past. They are not the invention of the present and the future. They are the manifestation of a past idea, not a present idea. So to me, we need to first detach ourselves from that need to be like on the table on the basis of exploitations and subjugations that they have created the world economy on. Instead, we need to begin to first liberate ourselves individually and then as a community, liberate ourselves so that we go back to our agency, God-given agency, and then galvanize and mobilize that individual agency into community agency. And that agency is the thing that will power and energize us forward. That's a very critical. That is the horse that will pull the cart. I believe that wholeheartedly. And I see it in my life. And I see it in so many people who have succeeded in the world. And I've seen it in communities, even in China. Their success, what we see is the manifestation of the success. But what we don't see is the energy that is powering that. The personality, the attitude, the character, because that's not tangible. It's not easily measurable. Because it's not easily measurable, we look at their manifestation of those things and we say, oh, Alibaba is successful, then we need to copy Alibaba. No, you need to copy the energy that's creating Alibaba. And the energy that's creating Alibaba is not in China, in Africa. The energy that's going to copy the Alibaba journey or the Amazon journey or the American journey, the European journey, it is in our inherent humanity, in our inherent personality, in our inherent values, which we need to reclaim first and foremost. And that's why we are in conflict in Ethiopia. Why would a fringe liberation struggle go out there and make a mess out of a whole set of things? And then you know what they've done? They've actually depopulated the entire group of communities. Depopulated. That's the biggest achievement they've done, if there is anything. They've depopulated the population of Tigray. So to me, like the reason they went that route is because they think they have to be like Europeans and exploit, be the boss, be in charge, and then winners, losers, gains and loss. They're designed in the frame of that narrow Machiavellian 18th century world order, which is costing the planet right now. Mm-hmm. And so to lean on that is not something that example, if you look at it on the surface, it doesn't give you the depths of where it comes from. So I want to take the American ingenuity and creativity and entrepreneurship as an example for Africans to figure out what is the thing that is the vibration of Africa. That's the vibration of America? What is the vibration of Africa? What is the vibration of what is the thing? Where is the thing that comes underneath? Of course, we have the material. 90% of the platinum comes from Africa. 90% of the cobalt that powers all the technologies in the world comes from Africa. So we know that. We already have that sense of resource. We already have 1.3 billion people. How do I get 1.3 billion people to work, to be employed? Not to be employed in the way the Western want them to be as exploited in factories, but to be employed in the way that African communities, African families, and African individuals feel gives them dignity and a sense of belonging, a sense of commitment and community. So how do we reshape the world to be better in justice, to be better in economy, to be better in the environment and the climate? How do we reshape? That is our goal. That should be the thing that. Anyways, I'm saying there's so many things to unpack here, but I think my struggle is really. I think Malik, thank you for coming today, and I don't feel alone because you're here.
Thank you for receiving me, all of you.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Kuru, for challenging us to push the boundaries.
Yeah.
And thank you, Bertukait, for really helping us see different angles, the angles that we don't see. But I want us. My point is like the solution doesn't lie in the things that we do. The solution lies in the way we empower ourselves, and then we figure out what to do.
Yeah. Let me ask, sorry, Brutai. Let me ask you this question, all of you.
Okay.
The Saudi Arabia. Let's take example of Saudi Arabia, right? What do they have?
Gas, I think.
Oil.
Oil. Yeah.
Resources, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oil.
And they're like one of the wealthiest nations in the world, right? Because of their oil, because of their resources. And what do Africa have?
They also have oil.
A lot of things, man. Oil included.
If it wasn't,
have you ever thought about that?
There's not gonna.
But the difference between Saudi Arabia and Africa is the attitude. That's what I'm telling you. The attitude.
Yes.
The attitude. Let me give you, like Congo is exporting 90% of the cobalt. Let me give you one force thing. I think this guy Mika has done a very good job of demystifying this. 90% of the cobalt comes from most of it, I'm sure, from Congo. And then, like, if Canada had the same resource that Congo has, they will make 100 times more money out of it than the Congo is making right now. The reason is because the attitude and the personality and the confidence of the Congolese have been. Do you know how Congo has been like traumatized? Go read the Ghost of King Leopold. Read the Ghost of King Leopold. It will tell you what they did to dehumanize and delegitimize a whole suite of people of the and that trauma. Like individual people have trauma, like they go to war and the trauma lasts. I believe there's also called there should be also community trauma. The Congolese trauma hasn't ended since the King Leopold. So first we have to recover from that trauma. And how do you recover? Well, that was Patrick Lumumba's job. And what did they do? They ended him quickly. So we have to find a way to make sure the Congolese people reclaim their history, reclaim their story, reclaim their personality, reclaim their values and their culture, and then they can know what to do about how to manage the resources. So that because you go to Saudi Arabia, because they're not like colonized the way Congolese were colonized, they could at least make a pause to because the Americans, when they come in, if you negotiate the Biden tariff, they are willing to give you the price higher. So Americans, when they come and buy the cobalt, they want to buy it at the lowest possible price. And the Congolese should come in to sell it at the highest possible price because they believe they can get the highest possible price. So the competition between the two will get to the average. That's what happened in Saudi Arabia. That's what happened in Korea. And that's what happened in Japan. That's what happened in Malaysia. But in Africa, because we have not gotten that attitude, that character, that sense of self, then we go to the negotiation table thinking that we don't have. Meanwhile, we have. Do you know how much we get for aid? only 2.5 to 5% of the total GDP of Africa comes in the form of aid. But the noise that you hear is as if we can't survive. 90% of our economy depends on it. That's what it feels like because they've set the perception to make you think that is the case. But we have to first overcome that, and then we realize, we actually have more power than they think they have. We say, and that's what Ethiopia is doing right now.
We do.
Guys, I just wanna welcome. Sorry to interrupt you there, but just wanna welcome Big E, and I'm also looking at the time. I know we are now going to be hypnotized by the voice. Professor Kuru, the voice is here.
Biggie man.
Biggie.
Let's start the show.
Sorry, I cut you off. I apologize. Okay, sorry.
How you all doing?
All good. Biggie, I'm sorry to cut you off as well. We're gonna be wrapping up. I think I'm not sure whether to start with you or start with our sister, or and then close with you, or you wanna say something? Because I'm looking at the time as well.
Yes, I agree with that one.
Yeah,
let's go with our sister. I'm sorry, my sister, for cutting you off.
One piece to say. God bless you for all this movement. I was listening on the background. I had a few things that I was catching up so I could enjoy at a time. But now that I got the time, I just want to say, yesterday the world showed everything about Africa.
Yes.
It's about Ethiopia. I was in the rally. I sent you, Mika sent you a little icon, just look at the video, I'm pretty sure. But that was power. From the White House all the way to Constitution Avenue and going back around. So that's about 10,000 people that showed up in.
No, it's more than 10,000, by the way.
Yes, it's more than that because
no,
from the White
the
House,
last rally was 70,000. So this rally was bigger than 70,000.
I mean, it was like infinite people. I took a video behind me, in front of me. It's just you don't see the end. It was incredibly peaceful, the most peaceful rally. With the White House came in, the staff, and they said move 15 feet away and stuff like that from the wall. Eventually, they realized they cannot do that because we used to have the whole flag on the fence itself, but they just wanted to see some counter reaction. But we were cool about it. We just backed up. The next thing you know, we took over the street. So it was very exciting. It was kind of scary at the minute that you see all these secret services coming into you and pushing people. It's like, going, wait a minute, what are you trying to do? It's been done before. This is not new. We're peacefully demonstrating. So that's the highlight yesterday that happened.
We're proud of you, man. We're proud of you.
We're really proud of you, eh, Biggie.
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to say coming live from Washington D.C.
I was trying to do that.
And reporting live from Washington D.C.
In fact, all the groups that went with me, I told them it's time for Biden, for sleepy Biden to wake up. So with all that conflict and everything else, the Air Force One helicopter took off.
I remember seeing that in a video.
And then we were waving at it.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was absolutely something very strong message from all over the world.
Yeah, they messed up with the wrong people this time.
Absolutely. I think
scared the shit out of them.
They got the message. This time, they're really getting the message. We have already other senators that are really converting to the understanding of what's going on the ground and turning some of their rhetoric and now pretty much joining us. So it is a great feeling. I just want to say that.
Biting more than they can chew. Is that the same?
What's that?
That's what they bit more than they can chew. Kind of thing.
Absolutely.
That's what they're realizing. The bulking trips, that's what it showed. And then it keeps adding up. It keeps adding up. What Abiy has done is managed to really disrupt. His goal was to disrupt. He doesn't need to do anything. Disrupt it. Disrupt to all the whatever goal they have. And he's been doing that, and they just can't fathom how dare he do that. He's a black guy, but they don't know.
Right.
They just misunderstand and then underestimate.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is like, all you have to do is delete the much of
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism. He's not, we don't know whether he's credibly Pan-Africanist or not. We don't know. We're yet to see that. After this, we will see that. But all you have to do is like the much. He just like the much. And then, like our friend Malik said, anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No problem. And the other thing that was a little bit highlight that you said about the Arab, the Arab League play a big role on Tunisia and the rest of Arab speaking nations. It kind of they kind of put them in that category where now they really there are a lot of activists, Arab activists that are pro Africa, and these are the people that we need to engage with. And it's like you're on the continent, and they know they're part of the AU and all that, but we just need to remind them that to pay attention more on what's going on in the Horn of Africa, because we got a little bit of Egypt issue, a little bit of Sudan issue, and that doesn't have to be something that you are non-African. You should be more engaged and understand. This is big, more than the Arab League, and we're going to control our resources. We're going to tell them when they can, at what price they're going to buy it, at what price we're going to manufacture it. All that is coming. It's coming future. So, like again,
Definitely.
I'll touch on the dam. The Ethiopian dam is the one that's going to create a lot of opening. A lot of opening. That
Yes.
means that electricity. That's what they want to stop.
It will be a catalyst.
They want to stop that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I just recap today. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. New day. Happy Monday all. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Keep on your prayer. Keep on pushing the strong. No more exploitation. No more abuse in Africa. There's no place for that.
Yeah,
We don't
definitely.
allow it.
Biggie. You know what they say, right? We know what God says, right?
Mhm.
Your gift will make room for you, like in and out.
Thank you.
I love it.
Love you,
Like,
man.
yeah. Biggie, we love you. You are like our heartbeat. You are our protector. And you are our shield, of course, and sent by God,
Yep.
not on your own. So we really, really, really care about the kind of things that you do. And
Thank
some of it is not in front, sometimes on WhatsApp, sometimes on your prayer, right? So
Mhm.
thank you.
Thank
Brutkite, welcome our dear sister Brutkite, and an incredible person too. Two incredible people, Brutkite and Malik from Rwanda.
Thank you.
And in this channel, who have done an incredible job so far, teaching us a lot of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you guys I really want to continue, having these kind of conversations, I want many Africans to take part of it. Definitely, Swahili Nation is the future. Swahili Nation, including other channels, on Africa and everything, is the future mainstream media. Is the future mainstream media. I'm on Instagram and Twitter as Malik MALEECQ. So I would love to continue.
Can you send it in the message? Text it in the message.
Like
in the private chat. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, definitely. One Africa, that includes the Maghreb as well. One Africa, 100%. Yeah, Africa prevails, man. Africa prevails. Ethiopia prevails, 100%.
There you go. I got it.
One Africa.
Thank you, guys. One Africa.
One Africa. Thank you.
And for the people at home, people joining us, please like, subscribe, share this link, and be part of the Swahili Nation, and be part of the One Africa movement. In
Oh, by the
closing,
way, sorry to interrupt. I took a survey yesterday about how many people knows about Swahili Nation. They all remember Mika making the reaction on Teddy Afro. Everybody knows. I said, no. It's not just that now. I just told a lot of people to join.
He gave him the Voice of
people.
Africa name, by the way, the Voice of Africa, and now other African reactors, level.
Thank you.
So,
But
so Biggie,
people know.
please, on your surveys, you must tell them to like, share, and subscribe. First of all, they must first subscribe. You must show them subscribe. This is the
Yeah.
channel. Subscribe. Don't just watch. Subscribe.
Absolutely.
Subscribe and
Absolutely.
join the online because we are online most of the time. So live. So share with your fellow field journalists
Yes.
that
Yes.
hey they must like and join us and give us some updates on the ground what's happening as well. But
The,
sorry to
the
Absolutely.
cut you there.
deadline
Continue.
is the deadline is January 6th, which is I think the Ethiopian Christmas, which is to
Yep.
get 200,000.
Yep.
January 6th. I think that's so he's going to be celebrating Christmas, Ethiopian Christmas also, as well as
January
Yep.
200,000.
Okay, family. We about to because of time. I think I'll just ask brother Malik in
Yes, sir.
closing in terms of what like how what do you want to see in Africa happening going forward? Can you just keep it short, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I, I want my one thing I want to see in Africa happening is I want to see a unity happening. Like I want to see African countries, African people coming together to actualize what we see as a one Africa. So as a united Africa, yeah. And that I want to see it happening not just within the continent. I want to see as a few weeks ago, I think, or month there was the first ever CARICOM African Union meeting. So the Caribbean countries are already coming together with the African countries, which has been, was supposed to have happened long time ago, but it's about time. I want to see the African Americans feel again as the African family in the in the diaspora, right? Because whatever they go through is what we go through. Whatever tribulations an African American goes through is the same tribulation an African goes through in America. So that's what I want to see. I want to see the unity happening. I want to see us seeing each other as family. You being in South Africa, another person being in Tanzania, Ethiopia, Kenya, Senegal, Libya, Morocco, to see ourselves as one family, and to have that confidence in us of me being either black or Arab doesn't matter. I am good. I am on the same level as a white person. I'm on the same level as the West, and we should always have that confidence going to the table, going to negotiations. So that's what I want to see happening: the unity, the coming together of Africans.
Thank you, Malik. Nice and sweet.
Thank you.
Nice and short, in fact. And to our sister, Brooke,
Brookawitz.
Brooktalit.
Sister Brooke,
Yes.
the only lady holding it for all the ladies.
I'm
In
trying
our country, we call
I'm
them
trying to keep up with
Imbogoto.
your energy.
What do you
I'm
call
trying
it?
to keep up with your energy. Everybody is so passionate here.
Yeah, but you bring the the love, the care, the motherly presence.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
So how like in closing, what's your vision for Africa?
My vision for
Two
Africa.
minutes.
Okay. My vision for Africa, to be honest, is to have one currency, one language, Africans moving throughout the continent with no visa. Wherever you go, you will feel home. If I am, Ethiopian and go to Kenya or Nigeria, I want to feel home. I don't want anybody to question me. You know, that's my wish for Africa, to prosper together, with to share what we have. We have a lot. So another thing I really wish for the governments to open opportunity for the diasporas to come and invest in the country. Sometimes so many diaspora want to invest the country, but they don't have comfortable they didn't make it comfortable. They didn't make it easier. So, diaspora can contribute a lot. So I want them to really open the opportunity for diaspora to invest in the continent. And that's my wish. I just want to like united Africa. One currency, one language, no visa throughout the continent. That's my wish.
Thank you very much, Brooke.
Yeah.
Professor Kuru.
Yeah. My wish for Africa, right? My vision for
Or your
Africa.
vision for Africa.
Yeah. I mean, first and foremost, I pray to God that our eyes and our hearts will be opened, so that there is abundance in Africa. We have we what we have is more than, because people are coming for what we have, right?
Yep.
Other nations are coming for what we have. So we have to first be in light. Enlightenment means that being in light. So that has please show us that we have abundance, not scarcity. We have abundance,
Yeah.
more than enough, right? So I wish for us to realize that not only the resources that we have, but we did us also, the gift that God gave us. Each and every individual is uniquely uh, gifted, right? So I want us to realize that, okay, you've been gifted the gift that you've been gifted by God, yourself, and also at the same time the resources that you have. So we have this. I'm banning the scarcity mentality today. I'm banning it, man.
Amen.
Amen.
Very
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Banish it.
So, yeah,
Banish it from
definitely. And
You're
please,
banished.
You,
let us focus on what we have, because what we have is so much, guys. What we have is so
Yeah.
much, and let us have the knowledge that to know how to use it. Please, God, show us the way how to use our resources, and
amen.
that is the vision that I if everybody every person can do that, Africa will prosper. That's it. Simple as
100%.
that. Yeah.
100%.
Yep, that's very true.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kuru. And to Big E, the voice.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
I I,
Try to
I
find the
I know that
unmute
that, that
button.
that that name is not your. It's not the one you took an oath for.
Ah,
But
that's
I
not
don't know.
me.
You were given special by Professor Kuru.
Okay. All right. I was looking at there's a I'll probably send you guys the link as by half post and it's how to build a continent, a do-it-yourself guide. Okay, and just simple.
Yeah.
I don't know if
DIY.
you guys.
DIY. Do it yourself. Africa.
This is by Matt Ferrero and Maura Kelly. Okay, and it's not like teach a man to fish and you can feed him for a lifetime. Teach him to plant and irrigate a high yield garden and you can feed this whole community. Send his kids to school and pull his country out of poverty. That's the philosophy behind Self Help Africa. And this is one of the quote. So I think this is very interesting. The way we're going to build. We want to see free Africa and Africa for her own children, our future children, how to be part of this crazy world and how to be protective of one another. When it comes to language, believe me, we can have all kind of language. It's beautiful. That's what makes us diversified. We don't want to use one language. Right now we're using English, but some part they don't speak English. But again, we're gonna have such electronic devices that can translate for you and you can hear what you want to say to the other person and keep them with their own culture untouched, unpolluted, just with their language, with their culture, and being able to immerse yourself with their conversation. So One Africa is very, very, very important thing. That's going to be the language. There won't be no language barrier, believe me. When we need to do something about Africa, everybody has that African heart. So let's move on with our education. Let's move on how we can bring this our people in one. And my vision, like I want Africa without borders, no
Amen.
borders,
Amen.
and the rest will take effect.
Yep.
Your the money issue, the resource issue, we control our own destiny after that, because nobody's going to tell us how to live and how to improve our Africa. So this is my bottom line. So again, this little code that I said, it makes sense. It's a little do-it-yourself type of deal for a continent, just not just a country. It can go to country level, and we can multiply that or replicate that, and make sure that everybody shares the same value on one Africa. No more abuse. No more abuse.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much,
That is
Biggie.
just incredible.
Just before I go to Prof. Ezra in closing, since he's also my co-host, I think tomorrow he'll take more the front seat, and I'll take the back seat. I just want to give.
I like the back seat. I like the back seat. I feel like a royalty when I sit in the back seat.
I just want to acknowledge the our members, the guys that have joined the membership. We really appreciate your for your support. We really appreciate all that you guys are doing in supporting the channel, and you are assisting in many ways, and your support is really and highly appreciated. And we also just want to thank each and every member and each and every subscriber and each and every uh, funder of the GoFundMe project as well. But currently, I just want to thank all the guys that are members. I know Prof. Ez is one of them. He's also there. He's also one of the members. We thank you for your support, Prof.
It's
And
literally
even
nothing.
Big E, I know Big E is also a big funder, is a member as well. And
Number 2 is the African Agents of Change. That's me.
wow, thank you very much. Wow.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the newest member who is paying $100 a month? Yeah,
Oh,
did you guys
yeah.
hear about that?
I
Mika was talking about it earlier.
yeah.
Oh,
Ephraim
really?
Goitom.
Yep.
Ephraim Goitom.
That's Big E.
This is Biggie.
That's Big E,
Oh,
the
that's you?
voice.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's you?
See, I
That's
never
it?
heard your full name. That's why, because I
Yep.
always known you as a voice,
Hey.
chief.
That's why I say Biggie with a smallie.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
that's
You
him?
are a partner.
Yeah.
That's it. Literally a partner.
Yeah.
So thank you very much,
So
Biggie.
how can I upgrade to patron? I mean, I've been trying, but it shows me my perks, but it doesn't let me upgrade.
Okay. You know what? We'll assist you with that. I just say just send contacts this side, and then we'll assist you offline.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
That's
do
good.
that. Yeah,
All right.
and yeah, and to the people at home, here are all the different types of membership that you guys can join. I know. Malik will be doing his joining Biggie there. You know, he'll be like, "No, Biggie cannot beat me. There's no way."
I'm gonna claim my stake in this.
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to show you I'm all in,
Yeah, we know
100%.
Biggie.
we all in. In fact, I was thinking about some of the fellas in Ethiopia or places where they cannot have certain ways of joining membership. is if we can pick up some sponsorship, if we can
Yes.
sponsor them and
Yes.
let them be part of this movement as being members. I think that's my next thing
Yes.
that we'll talk. Right now, we just want to make sure Mika is on his way to Ethiopia, make sure that everything is set. And at the same time, I'm pretty sure Mika will collect information of people that really, really want to join. It's just the
Mhm.
funding is not there. And I think
Yes.
that will encourage more, it will represent Africa.
Yes. Yes.
So
And
let's think
Absolutely.
about that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
and if anyone has some questions or inquiries about membership, or maybe they are technologically challenged, you can also just send us an email on the Swahili Nation Official at gmail.com. Feel free to send us anything from there. If you've got questions, you want to join the membership, you want to donate anything, or you want to be a sponsor, as Biki has said. You've got a business, you want to partner with the Swahili Nation channel, give us send us an email, and then we'll take it from there. And I just want to thank as well the guys that are doing who have been also helping with the contributing to the travel to Ethiopia, the GoFundMe
Wow, we're
project.
almost there.
Yeah, almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. And we're expecting more.
We
Uh,
should hire the goal, like 10,000.
yeah, I mean, if I mean,
Because the tour is not just Ethiopia, the tour is African tour. It's an African tour
yeah,
taking the one Africa message across Africa.
Yeah.
Probably the next after that will probably be Ghana or Nigeria,
Yep.
or you never know. So
I've been to Ethiopia. I'm telling you, you need more money.
yeah. So
Guys,
guys,
I just
feel
have one
free to
question, right?
yeah.
I just have one question. Is the because down here I'm just seeing the Ethiopia bank account.
Okay.
Is that the real bank account? Because I'm sure Isra or I don't know, Brooktide, I'm sure you can
Yeah.
help me with this. It starts with
Mm.
1,000, right? Like
It
the
start
no,
with
that's not a commercial bank of, that's not commercial bank.
3 or 4 zeros in the front, I
No, no,
think.
no, it's not a
Bank
commercial
of
bank.
Abyssinia. It's
Bank of
because of
Abyssinia is
Bank of
different.
Abyssinia.
Oh, it's
Ah,
Abyssinia. Okay.
okay, that makes
You're
sense.
talking about commercial bank of Ethiopia,
Commercial
which is
bank.
different.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
because always starts with 1,000. Huh?
yeah. The commercial
Mm.
bank of Ethiopia starts with 1,000.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, guys, it's real, and yeah, feel free to also contribute, especially the guys in Ethiopia who cannot access some of the platforms to contribute. They can do so, and everywhere else, whether you are in Rwanda, Nigeria, Egypt, every country, whether you are in the US, feel free to join us, the GoFundMe, and yeah, and contribute. As our sister said, Brooke said, this is even small money. So whatever funds that you feel that you want to contribute, we're not gonna stop 1.5. I think if there's more, will continue further. And again,
Yeah.
it's not all about travels. It also about the resources, the tools that we're gonna need on site, and to bring content also. It's also money, and yeah. So if there's people who still want to contribute also resources, cameras, whatever that they feel that we need, please feel free. Wireless microphones, we need all or any kind of resource as well.
If you
So
if you let us know the time specifically, I want to be there, and maybe
oh,
I can help with the cameras.
okay,
Perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
So
the
why don't you
perfect.
decide that we're supposed to have a side meeting, right? Sometimes soon.
Yeah,
And
we're gonna have a meeting somewhere this week. We had a small chat with Mika, so we will
yeah.
be you everyone will be getting the notifications and stuff of
So how long are
pardon, Kuru.
no, say how long are you guys are planning to stay?
Up to a
You
month.
know what? I think it's also
He
the
said
one
up
of
to a
the on
month.
the meeting as well. I think you'll be there, Kuru. So that will also be discussed as well,
Okay,
looking at
okay,
the
sure.
Yeah.
expenses, everything, and then before we can say
this is how long we're gonna stay. Currently, I cannot state and say we're gonna stay there for 12 months and then the finances or other things come into play. So we're gonna structure that in our meeting, and we can see how we're gonna do it.
If
And
Sure,
you
yeah,
sure, sure.
for 1 month, you should put the goal for 20,000. I'm telling you, people will give you. I mean, so many people are happy about this channel, so they will put the goal higher.
okay.
Yeah,
I think we will have the on the meeting.
yeah.
Then we will have a time to draft that, and then once we have a final decision has been made by the team, and then we'll come back and then lay to everyone a
Uh,
way forward.
okay.
Yeah.
I
So
think, guys, you should also include Brooktarit in the meeting if she's
Yes.
interested.
You need more women in the.
Actually,
Yeah, definitely.
you see the problem is that African women are like equal to 5 men. So
If you want
one
to get
African woman
fed, you
is
better
equal
get
to
the woman
5 men.
around.
Brooke, are you gonna bring food? I'm sorry to ask that question. I know some people are saying, why do you ask about food?
Am I gonna bring food
Yeah.
to the meeting?
Kuru promised Dorot, that's why.
What, on the meeting?
On the
No,
meetings, on the shooting, on set, everything.
You
on
only
the on
have
set.
meeting it.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
So yeah, some of the questions. I think once we have our meeting, official meeting, and a decision has been made forward, you will have answers, and you will get the feedback from us in terms of a way forward, what needs to be done, what have we raised, what are we lacking, which resources to add. All those things will be communicated going forward
that's
as
good.
well.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, and
Yeah, everybody's involved. Anybody that is involved with our channel, please, everybody, you're all welcome to share your thoughts, your ideas, because this is open to all of us. And
Yes.
every help will help the journey for Mika to make it happen. This is going to be big. It's going to be big, and it's going to be something that people are going to start watching live and all that. So it's a lot of resource that's going to require, and the sooner we make this meeting and start closing on the logistics is very important.
Yes.
So, all right, guys, I have to go.
Ezra, we need to wrap up, right? What do you think?
yes, we need to wrap
Okay.
up. So yeah, that was
Yeah.
that. For those guys that need answers, we will give you feedback. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So and send your suggestion or any further questions that we don't have that we so the guys that are on the chats and stuff that they want to find out, please send us an email on oneafricaofficial@gmail.com as well for your comments, contributions, questions, inquiries, advice on the traveling and all that stuff. Free please feel free to contact us on the one Africa official at gmail.com.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. All right. I just want to say goodbye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for
Yeah,
everything.
God bless. God bless.
God
You guys,
bless
thank
everyone.
you. Thank you too.
Yeah, really appreciate
Cheers,
it.
cheers.
I look forward to meet
Bye.
you again. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Bye.
Ezra
Bye,
and
guys.
and then whoever stays a little bit, we have a few things to do. But
Yeah, we
thank you
just
guys.
gonna
Okay.
Guys, thank you so
yeah.
much. It was amazing
Thank
talking to
you.
you guys, and
Come
I
back
wish you all the
again.
best.
Okay.
100%.
Thanks.
Stay
Thank
well,
you,
stay
Malik.
well.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
sir.
Malik.
All
Join
right.
us again, please.
Thank you.
May God bless you all, including our
Thank you, Big
listeners
A.
and
God
our
bless you.
followers. Full strength.
Yes.
Full
Thank you,
strength.
Biggie.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye,
Thank you.
Biggie.
Bye. Ezra,
Okay.
Prof. Ezra, it's been a
Only
night.
only two Ezras left.
Yeah. We squared
Only
now.
two Ezras left. Yeah, we square. Such a so wonderful to have two Ezras in one place. It can't be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ezra, for doing this. I think I don't want to add a little bit to that question that you asked about vision and that kind of thing. I think everybody answered it. My answer would be those vision, I hope those vision will come true. That's my
Amen.
that's my answer. Everybody has covered it. I mean, we have a lot of smart, intelligent people to take sometimes words out of us, right? So
Mhm.
I think we just need to pray and really close this thing with the good note that we started, right?
True. With prayer, right?
Yes.
Time for
Absolutely.
prayer. To our viewers, you can join us in prayer in your own way, in your house, wherever you are. Join us as we pray now in closing. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Thank you for this night. Thank you for each and every member, each and for each and every subscriber. We thank you, Father, for each and every participant that came tonight. We thank you for every person who commented. We thank you for all the ideas, Father, that you've put forward on this platform tonight. We thank you, Father God, as we are going in different places. Cover us, protect us until we meet again. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you so much. You're such an incredible host, by the way. So I appreciate being your comrade in this journey. And say hi to the little ones who probably are asleep by now. But
Bring them one time, yeah.
I don't think there's enough screen on the to show everything.
They'll be pressing like, what's happening here? So with kids,
Man, he's such an incredible father. I can imagine you be like the best father to have around. Yeah, but thank you for this, so for the work that you do, for the kind of support that you give Mika. I mean, I think Mika is. I know he stretches himself, but now he's beginning to learn to bring in other players, and with somebody like you next to him is incredible. But I'm saying this publicly too, so that people know that we go through a complex set of things to achieve what we do here on a daily basis, right? So 2 to 3 hours. It's not an easy thing in addition to all other things that you want to do. So thank you. Really appreciate you. Yeah.
really appreciate too,
Okay.
Prof. You also make it easy for
Yeah.
everyone, and you keep it's like you're the plug. You keep the flow going. The flow going. You keep the flow going. And thank you for always availing yourself and your compromise and your sacrifice for the channel and your hard work that you update us with so much information. And so many people might not know that some of the latest updates we get it from Prof Ezra. That's something maybe some people might not know, but
Yeah.
you're always updated. You always update the team
Yeah.
constantly, and I really appreciate that. And God bless you for all
Thank
your
you.
hard work. And I know you've got so
Amen.
much things and so much things that you're busy with. And for you to do
Yeah.
that, we really appreciate it so much. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you. There's no better honor doing this than anything else right now. So thank you. Thank you. I gotta
Thank you.
bounce. I'm sure you gotta go to bed. And yeah, see you around. Okay. See you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
let's see tomorrow.
Okay.
Expect
Bye.
an email maybe tomorrow
Hmm.
later on. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fine. Okay. One
Check your
Africa, guys.
emails.
One Africa.
One Africa.
Yes.
Good night, family. Let's meet again tomorrow, same time, 9 p.m. East African time or 8 p.m. Central African time. Let's meet again tomorrow in the evening. And God be with each and every one of you till we meet again tomorrow. Shalom from my side.